Je te laisserai des mots en dessous de ta porte, en dessous de la mur qui chante, tout près de la place où tes pieds passent, cachés dans les trous dans ton divan. Et quand tu es seul, abandonne, ramasse-moi quand tu voudras, ramasse-moi quand tu voudras, ramasse-moi quand tu voudras.
Club queen on the downtown scene, prowling around at night. You're not mean, you're just born to be seen, born to be wild. A little body never know one, that's why it's alright. You want in, but you just can't win, so you hang in the lights. You're so art deco, out on the floor, shining like gunmetal, gold delight. A little body never with no one. That's why it's so right. You want in, but you just can't win. So you stay in the lights. You're so art deco, out on the floor, shining like gunmetal, golden unsure. Baby, you're so ghetto. You're looking to score. When they all say hello, you try to ignore them 'cause you want more. Why you want more? Why you want more? Why? 'Cause you want more. A little body never got no one, so you stay out late. A little body never got no one, that's what your friends say. You put your life out on the line. You're crazy all the time. Put your life out on the line. You're crazy all the time. You're so art deco, out on the floor, shining like gunmetal, golden unsure. Baby, you're so ghetto. You're looking to score. When they all say hello, you try to ignore them 'cause you want more. Why you want more? Why you want more? Why? 'Cause you want more.
All right. Okay, how we doing? No! Boo! Boo! There we go. And then I gotta do this. Weep. The heck? All right. What up, everybody? I'm sick. I feel like shit. I'm so sick that I had to cancel my dinner. I had to cancel my dinner with Jennifer Welch, which I'm really sad about. I know. Last night, so I went to I went to my friend's album release party, Taylor Swift, and I swear, so I got there at like 10 something, and I had like one mixed drink, and then I took a shot, and I like immediately felt so sick and dizzy, and the venue was at this speakeasy. Yeah, Taylor Swift got me sick. The venue was like this real speakeasy. So you had to go, the way to get in is like you went into this big event space, and then you had to go all the way to the back, and then you had to go down these stairs, down these stairs into like a basement, and then there was this really stuffy hallway, and then there was like a wine case, and then you open up the wine case, and there's a door behind it, and you open up that door, and then there's another door, and then you go through that door, and then you get into this like little area. And it was cool, but it was very stuffy. It was very stuffy, felt stale. And so I just started feeling like really sick. And there was only one bathroom, and it was like a small little bathroom. Threw up in the bathroom. was like, oh my God. What's the, you know, the SpongeBob meme of, is it Mr. Krabs where it's all like spinning around? You know what I mean? Yeah, the Mr. Krabs. So you got some old timey disease. Yeah, I got consumption. I felt like Mr. Krabs. And I was like, oh my God, I have to get out of here. And I didn't even say bye to anyone. I was just like, I have to go. And then I forgot all of the steps to like get out of this place. I opened the door and then I opened the other door. And then I went past the wine rack and I went down the hallway and then I went up the stairs and I was in the courtyard and then I had to go through the venue. And I finally made it outside. I was like, like sucking in air. And then I called an Uber and I was just dying in the Uber. And I left after like an hour. I think I was there for an hour. And then I got home. I was like, well, I just felt so sick. And then I just went to bed. No, I didn't get drugged. No, I think maybe like, because then I woke up today and I've been feeling like I've not been feeling well today. I think I maybe I caught something and I didn't feel sick. I took a COVID test. I don't have COVID. Like I'll take some more tests too, but just like feeling shitty. And so Will and I were supposed to go to dinner with Jennifer and her husband, and I was really looking forward to it. But I canceled, which sucks. But you know, if I'm not feeling well, like I don't want to risk. I'm not gonna like get people sick. Which, if you're not feeling well, you should not go places. Yeah, I had to cancel on Jennifer Lawrence. You clearly had too much Tylenol. No, I need more. I need more Tylenol. I have this like massive bottle of Tylenol. Also, maybe now is a good time to say I am pregnant with quintuplets. I have been just going to town on this bottle of Tylenol, and I'm gonna be the new Octomom. Before I forget, log into Fossabot. Oh, okay. I'll do that right now. Yep. There you go. Anyway, so that was my night, which was not fun. And then all day today, I've just been I had a bed day. I was in bed. I was watching Robert Redford films all day. Just like with my blankies and my giant bottle of Tylenol. And then I was like, you know what? Since I'm not going anywhere, I guess I'll just go live. I guess I will go live. My Australian partner was flabbergasted when he saw one of those huge American bottles of Ovic. Oh yeah, like just the behemoths. They're like, why is everything in America bigger? Everything in America is bigger. Anyway, so I don't really want to do much politics today. Like I'm gonna look at the Emma Watson interview that she did with Jay Shetty and talk about that, but otherwise, like, just kind of want to chill. Yeah, did you see Miss Club's post on her personal? Dude, why does she can it's always amazing. It's always amazing how she finds every way possible to have the worst opinions. Like if there's a bad opinion to belong to, she finds a way. Jennifer Lawrence also did not finish high school. She dropped out at 14 and never bothered to get her GED. Enough said. This is in response to Jennifer Lawrence calling a genocide, FYI. This CC always comes through. This bitch always finds a way. Like, it's always, it's one of those where you examine it, you go, okay, I know you're a Zionist. Are you saying this is because there's a Zionist? Or was there also like a weird thing between Jennifer Lawrence and Timmy Chalamet? Because somehow it always comes back to Timmy Chalamet. You know, somehow it's like she does always find a way. Like there's usually some thread there. So I'm curious. Simone. Do you know what's funny though? Is like, why does she do this on? I've noticed that she'll tweet on the Club Chalamet account, obviously when it's about Timmy, and then she makes sure to do it on her Simone Cromer, her other account, when she's like tweeting her other shit. God, I hate her. She's the fucking worst. Oh, she just sucks. She has a huge spreadsheet of every person Timothy's ever been with in public. Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. I know. I don't. Why is James Gunn? Why? I don't even like want. I am so tired. I am stop the gun. Hashtag. Okay, let me just say something, please. Can I just say that there's always the option to not say anything? You cannot speak. Hashtag the gun jammed. You can choose to not speak. Like, why do you choose to speak? You know what David Lynch said? David Lynch's whole thing was, what you think the movie's about, that's what it's about. He never ever jumped in to clarify. And in fact, it frustrated people. It frustrated people that David Lynch's films were so open-ended and were so, obscure and like open to interpretation, and that David Lynch was like, it's about your relationship with the film. Like, I put everything, the movie's the talking. Why? What else do I need to say? You watched the movie. I put it all in there. Like, he was always intentionally, just kind of cagey in that way, where he's like, everything's in the film. You watch the film, so that's it. Okay, so anyway, James Gunn replied to my comment, help. Somebody said, the concept of having a whole season of Peacemaker be on an earth full of Nazis, but be too scared and ignorant to admit the Israel-Palestine contrast in Superman. And he said, that may be what it's about to you, and that's fine, but there are parallels to many conflicts, and the script was finished. I posted photos of it online before that particular conflict ever began. Wait, did he write this script before 1948? Did James Gunn write the Superman script before 1948? Is that how this was written, before that particular conflict ever began? Said, so I have no clue why you'd need to believe something that is simply not accurate. People are being annoying, so I just want to say this was my reply. Like, let's calm down. Response.
Gunn is capping.
Why is he doing this?
He tipped his hat. He said, I didn't even know what Nazis were before today.
But about Peacemaker?
Yeah.
Why is he saying
that was like his. Why is he saying that? Because Warner Brothers is Big Brother.
But why say anything? That's what. Okay, my whole thing is like,
I'm sure,
do the David Lynch where you just go, what do you think it's about? Versus like explicitly going, it's not that.
I'm sure Warner Brothers is like this.
I'm sure. I know. I mean, Warner Brothers is in talks too to be picked up by Skydance and Paramount, which is obviously owned by the Zionist billionaires. But you know what I mean by that? Why not just take the David Lynch method of it's all in the movie. It's what you think it is. Gun! The gun got jammed. David Gunn. That's not your name. David Gunn. He literally, I know, he did get fired for being anti-right wing before, and now we're in an age where that's happening more. Right. Like, okay. I understand that James Gunn, David Gunn got fired, and it was so bullshit. Like, it was so bullshit. And that was a whole part of why he was like, fuck you to Marvel. Fuck you to Disney and Marvel, and was like, I'll do DC. I'll do DC. But what I'm saying is, like, he doesn't have to say anything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why celebrities say things when they don't have to say. Like, that's an Instagram comment. This is an Instagram comment that has 4 likes. You know? It's a 4-like Instagram comment. I also am like, why? Okay, this kind of goes back to my my issue with celebrities being on the internet in this way. Why? Like, in the same way that Jonah Platt, not that I'm calling him a celebrity. Okay, let's be clear. Jonah Platt, not a celebrity. But it's like he responded to a comment with that insane, my father, the holder of enormous piece of Disney IP. And it had like it had like 0 likes. It was just some random ass comment. Here's the context for people who didn't see the Variety quote. Okay, James Gunn says he didn't write Superman to be a stand-in for Israel and Palestine. Absolutely 100% of that movie was written and done before anything ever happened between Israel and Palestine, and everyone continues to refuse to believe that that's not what it's about. It's not. It just isn't. You can take whatever you want from that to mean what you want. Unless they had a gun, Gunn, to his head and were like, you have to say this right now. Because the studio, but the thing that's bullshit is like Superman was successful. So who gives a fuck, like, to the studio executives who are Zionists? Like, who gives a shit if people on the internet are like, this is about Israel and Palestine? That's obviously Netanyahu. Like, people say what they want about movies, and David Gunn had never confirmed it. It's not that he confirmed it, which then would have gotten him in trouble. So I'm like, okay, what? Why? Anyway, okay, so that was the comment. And then here's this person with, is that a Taylor Swift profile photo? I don't know. Also, I'm too sick to be getting this heated. See, this is why I can't be talking about anything today. I'm like, why are you opening your mouth and saying anything? I'm not saying it's wrong for you to say the script was finished before or that it was never intended this way. That's not a problem at all. It's just that people in today's climate, people are so scared to talk about this topic. We're 2 years into a nonstop genocide, and it still hasn't been enough for the world to take real action. So when this movie came out, a lot of us felt like at least someone in this industry and someone who's at the helm of, a major fucking piece of IP, an enormous piece of IP, made a superhero film that did feel extra political. So when this movie came out, a lot of us felt like at least someone in this industry dared to draw obvious parallels. I hope you understand. And then, wait. What the hell? Why did I just click on S-Fan's Twitter live? I only do Twitter lives if it's Brian Krasenstein. Guys, he said something again. Hey, James, your Superman defense in the new Variety interview makes sense. Script was done pre-October 23rd, but for folks seeing Jaranpur as Gaza-coded, do you understand why it parallels and why so many have an emotional connection with the movie due to the ongoing conflict? Big fan, just processing the discourse. And like the other thing that's frustrating too, also Red Joker, thank you for the Prime. The thing that's frustrating is like, obviously like the studio executives, everyone who worked on this film knew when the script was done. James, like, sure, if you say like, oh, the script was done before October 7th, like, but whatever. That's okay, as this person said too, and as the other commenter said. And like, let people take away from a film what they take away and like make connections to what is happening in the real world currently. Like that happens with movies all the fucking time. All the time. And that is something that filmmakers like, that's a big part of making a film, is that you as a filmmaker are putting into the film what you're putting in, you're making choices and you're saying what you want to say, and then you release it into the world, and you understand that people are going to react to the film in different ways. They're going to take things from the film that, maybe from their own lives or like whatever their interpretations are. And that's how it goes. Right? Like nobody was saying there was no concrete evidence of James Gunn explicitly making this about Israel and Palestine. And so that's why it was just people like drawing those parallels and, at the very minimum, pointing out that the film does, in fact, though, portray this ideal of like standing up for humanity, of like taking on the big, bad, oppressive powers. And, we should all be like Superman. We should all never be afraid to like be, look at rock stars as being people who like find the good in humanity. So anyway, I just like, again, why are you saying anything? Why are you saying anything like this? Do you understand why it parallels and why so many have an emotional connection with the movie due to the ongoing conflict? Big fan, just processing the discourse. Thanks. Once a film is out in theaters, it doesn't belong to the filmmaker anymore. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It belongs to the audience. And if the audience finds some strong emotional resonance to it and they decide to connect it to something important to them in real life, then that becomes a completely fair and acceptable read. Yes, that person nailed exactly what I was trying to say, which is that as a filmmaker, there's only so much, right? Like you can say what you can say with your film. And then when it's released to the people, they are going to take from it. They are going to draw connections. They are going to like analyze it and commentate on it in whatever ways. Turpo, thank you for the 35 months coping mechanism. Thank you for the 6 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to James Gunn. Wait, so he liked that comment. Wait, he liked that comment? I'm okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Wait, so these two comments he has liked. So did he like actually need to be told this from random fans? I know we're all over the place. This does feel... No, he liked the second one. Okay, well, regardless, like he liked this comment, which is obviously him being like, yeah, that's true, dude. Like, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because what he had said here, he's like, I don't understand why he's like, I don't know why you need to believe something that's just simply not accurate. And it's like, look, man, that's what movies are. And you know that better than anyone. Like, you're an amazing filmmaker. You're so great. You are such a great storyteller. And like, you understand, you get how this works. You get that like you release something and it creates discourse and you do what you do with your work and then people talk about it and interpret it. He replied to, if you go to the other pictures. Oh, okay. All right, wait. Why is he replying? Exactly. However, it's discouraging seeing the director be so actively against that reading, especially when so much of the movie is Superman inspiring the corporate heroes to not remain neutral, even if it hurts their image. I was never in any way against that reading. I never said anything other than I wrote it before the conflict. But the conflict's been going on for a while, unless you mean before it got really popular online. I can't tell if you're being purposely contrarian or what. Of course, there's been conflict for a long time, but people don't think the events in the movie mirror the conflict pre-October 27, 2023. Yes, they do. Bro, you got to log off. They think it mirrors events post that date. No, dude. No. And then Lee Pace Batman, bless this random chatter. To be fair, I've seen people draw comparisons to this. I think you'd find it interesting. Yeah. I also, what is October 20? Wait, hold on. October 27th? What? wait a sec. Wait a second. Wait, what? Is that when he finished the script? People don't think the events in the movie mirrored the conflict pre-October 27th? 10/27, never forget. 10, yes. October 27th. Maybe, yeah. I mean, that must have been a typo. I'm assuming he knows enough to know. And then he liked this. And then he liked this guy's reply. He liked the guy's reply who he was engaging with. What is going on? What's happening? Okay. He got too deep into posting. He forgot to read his thread post. I don't care what anyone says. James Gunn chose to use Baravia as the Israeli equivalent, which is a little random, and Donald Trump is from Baravia, LMAO. It's literally the same place, all the references, locations. He chose one that shows an anagram from Trump's homeland. And here's the other thing too. It's like, look, the concept of film, of like scripts and even films being before the date of a current like conflict, war, genocide, atrocity, etc., and therefore there not being any parallels to be made is a crazy concept. When we were talking about Robert Redford, we were talking about his films, The Politician, All the President's Men. Like when we were going over, or not The Politician, The Candidate. Sorry, we were talking about The Candidate and how The Candidate is like an eerily prescient film for the America of the politics of Donald Trump, like the Donald Trump's America, and like how politics now are, and how campaigning and the entire spectacle and just bullshit around a political campaign, that like a film like The Candidate from 1972 really quite predicted like what would become normalized in our political system, like the way that campaigns run and how candidates, you know, like at the end of the film when they win, no one thought they would. And then it's like, okay, wait, what now? Like, wait, we won. And now what now? So anyway, I just like this feels like a hill that not only should he not have, this feels like a hill that he really didn't need to and shouldn't have tried to die on. And then it seems like he kind of was like, oh, okay, these are some interesting points because he, you know, liked these various comments, or maybe that was him just trying to be like, sure, okay. I don't know. I just, look, man, you are a big time deal. Okay. You're James Gunn. James Gunn states, James Gunn reveals, James Gunn replies.
People have the pornography.
This is one of my favorite gifs now.
About how
Stop. Anyway, that doesn't change at all for me what I took away from Superman. Don't let it change for you what you took away from Superman, what you're taking away from Peacemaker. Like, to me, the, you know, United States of Nazi flag feels very relevant to what's going on now. You know, this may be a fictional world. This may be a fictional world, but boy, does it really seem to reflect our real world. So yeah, I'm simply choosing to ignore everything he says. No, and as I said, like it's fine. It's fine if he had said, oh, you know, clarify, like the script was written before, you know, before October 7th, like whatever. Okay. If you're saying you didn't make the parallels deliberately, but to keep being like, I don't know why people are thinking this. I don't know why, like, he basically is like, people are just making shit up. It's like, brother, people are engaging with your film. You made a movie And there are politics in that film. Okay. Superman has the film that you made, the film you made has politics in it. And so people responded to that. And like there, I was woke on accident. And they, they compared it to the world that we currently exist in and the context that the film was released into. And that has been the discourse. You know? Zero Frost, thank you for the tier 1. My Bourbon Pod, thank you for the 19 months. I am sweating. I need more Tylenol. I'm sweating. The last thing I needed was James Gunn opening his mouth and speaking and saying things when we didn't need to. Corin B, thank you for the 12 months. Turpo, thank you for the 35 months. Oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, the parallels are there, whether he thinks they are or not. And it's so strange he doesn't recognize those parallels, even if they were unintended. Yeah, it kind of feels like ignorance on his part. I'm going to be so for real, where it's like, brother, if maybe you haven't been paying attention to what's going on. I don't know how that's possible because obviously you're online, right? Like obviously you're online. So I don't know how this would have escaped you to the point that you wouldn't understand like why people were making those parallels. He's probably being hounded by insane pro-Israeli folks, but it doesn't like my whole thing is then you don't have to say any, like there are plenty of celebrities who have said nothing still. And he didn't need to like explicitly do that the way he did. And also he's James Gunn. Like he is doing numbers for Warner Brothers and HBO and like his executive overlords. Like they've given him the keys because he's so good at what he does. He's so successful. And so they would be fucking stupid to like, because of the discourse around Superman, to be like, you know what, James Gunn, actually we're going to take this away. Like, no. I'm sorry, I don't want to be that guy, but I just got in here. What did James Gunn do? Somebody in chat. TLDR. Did you see the October 7th miniseries? I did. This is just insane. This is so fucking insane. They're so insanely desperate to maintain the propaganda line as the legitimacy of the colony continues to erode that we're seeing multiple October 7th related films and docuseries coming out concurrently. The goal is clear: maintain support long enough to intensify the genocide. In the same way that like Netanyahu is meeting with influencers and is like, we're gonna use TikTok and X. That like Larry Ellison, who is super Zionist billionaire, donates to the IDF, like real piece of shit, that he is going to be sitting on the board of TikTok, that their whole plan is to like MAGA pro-Israel TikTok, take it from the hands of people who have been posting pro-Palestine content, like anti-MAGA content. They want that algorithm to be like, one fist up for MAGA, one fist up for Israel. So they're not even hiding what their intentions are. Like they're being explicitly clear with what the goal has been here. And this is why war is not just, war is not just fought on a physical battlefield. It's now digital. Like they talk all the time about the digital war, about controlling what people are seeing, what opinions they're forming. The propaganda that's a really important aspect of maintaining support for such heinous crimes against humanity. And I want to believe that it's not going to work. I want to believe that at this point, like people can see through this shit, that they see like what's going on here, that, they're not suddenly going to be they're not going to come back to the fold because they watch some bullshit Paramount Plus Red Alert series about October 7th that like if you're using TikTok that suddenly your feed is all like, we love Israel. I'm Israel high. Like that it's not going to work. Momo the fourth, thank you for the 9 months. Jonathan Greenblatt has said this. Donald Trump has said this. Benjamin Netanyahu has said this. Like they're not hiding what they're trying to do. The Savant on Apple is about a lady who worked for the ADL. Okay, I totally missed that part when I was talking about the series because my take on it was, damn, it looks like Apple is so scared about this environment in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder where you can't say anything about domestic terrorism being that of right-wing white males. Like I saw that whole thing and went, oh, okay, I did not know about the ADL connection. They really believe they can put the genie back in the bottle. At this point, it's too late. The genocide has been live streamed for 2 years. Yeah, but they're trying their damnedest for sure. I mean, look, this is why like it's really vital to protect our speech because like, yeah, there's a lot of this bullshit and propaganda that's flying around, and they're working to maintain and increase control over social media platforms, over just, legacy media. And so we have to like keep identifying this for what it is, keep educating and informing, being like, hey, don't fall for this shit. Hey, this is what's going on here. All right. They are streamlining their control over both legacy media and digital media because they have seen their failing support and they need people to get on board. They need to try and turn back public opinion. The Hollywood Hospira is coming hard and fast as Israel loses control of the narrative. A Paramount propaganda series on October 7th, a postponed Apple TV show glorifying the ADL. The new season of Apple TV's news-focused morning show demonizes Iran while ignoring Gaza. Can I just talk about the morning show for a second? I have watched the morning show. Okay, I will admit, like, I enjoyed it, but also it's like a glorified soap opera. I cannot understand the amount of A-list talent that they have on that show. It's fucking crazy. They have so many big A-list names, like major film stars. I don't understand. I mean, the show's really popular, but it's not like a serious show. It pretends to be serious. Again, I watched the first couple seasons. Okay, I was hooked, but it's so expensive. Yeah, it's like, I think it's Apple's most expensive show, probably because of the talent that they have. Like so many famous people on that show. My middle-aged lived out coworkers love it. Of course, that's like, it's like catnip. It's catnip for like, I would say exactly that. Middle-aged lived out folks. Jenny, thank you for the 27 months. Did you know the Apple show you were talking about on stream was an ADL show? I sure didn't. No. So Apple TV Plus postpones a Jessica Chastain thriller inspired by secretive ADL unit. Nope, that didn't pop up in my reading. The Savant, a show starring Jessica Chastain that puts the spotlight on the secretive division within the Anti-Defamation League charged with infiltrating online hate groups to stop real-world violence. Oh, I'm sure they are mauling over this show being postponed. Look, I'm just gonna show you a couple seconds. I watched this. I watched that trailer. It's really bad. Hold on.
ראית שמפן?
בעזה? כשהייתי ילד היינו ניסים לשם הרבה.
ולא פחדת?
היום אני לא מפחד.
I hope nobody watches this shit ass show.
יודעת שאני חולה עלייך.
October 7th, or as according to James Gunn, October 27th. Yeah, if you think you've seen state propaganda, you ain't seen state military propaganda until you've seen this trailer.
شو هاد سلاح؟
Based on actual events.
كيبوتس؟
افتحوا الشباك.
So, in case it's not clear, the purpose of this show is to make people feel bad for the side that is committing a genocide. Okay, that's what it is to watch this and go, oh, you know what? Actually, the Palestinian people do deserve to be exterminated. They do deserve to be wiped out in the West Bank, in Gaza. That's it. Because I watched this show on Paramount Plus and it made me sad. This is a fictional footage. Yes, this is a recreated based on true events. From the producer of Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill.
לראות אם צריך עזרה.
לך כפר, אלוהים ישמור אותך.
May God protect you. Oh, and an executive producer of Homeland. You don't say. You don't say. An executive producer on Homeland is also bringing you this show. Red alert. Yeah, is this going to include the Hannibal Directive aspects of October 7th? Is this going to include Israel killing their own people? Firing and bombing and killing their own people per the Hannibal Directive, an operational order which directs the use of force to prevent soldiers being taken into captivity, but it was not just the soldiers that Israel killed that day. Like this is a directive that Israel has used before.
חיים שלי ארובי. אני בא אלייך לוחמים. צועים עליי! בן שלי, ראית את הבן שלי?
אני אהיה פה מחוץ לדלת.
הם יחזרו. אבו שאתה שם?
Please, not the wallet. Is it going to include aspects of Israeli officials obtaining Hamas attack plans a year, like more than a year prior to October 7th? The fact that Israel has such control over Palestine, over Palestinians in Gaza, that they can get into their phones to play a video of Netanyahu. That's how much surveillance. That is how much fucking surveillance control they have over the Palestinians, that they can force a video of Netanyahu speaking to play on all of their phones.
לא יכול להיות שם לבד. חלאס, בחייאתך. אני מחתן את הבת שלי עוד שבועיים. אתה בא לי בדרך.
Oh, these poor soldiers who, this soldier's gonna get married. And so it's sad because then they have to go kill a bunch of Palestinians, including Palestinians who also had plans to be married and, you know, that kind of thing. I'm coming, my love.
Come with us.
You took already one child.
בואי נלך הביתה.
Red alert. Yeah, it's a big steaming pile of garbage. Big steaming pile of garbage. Someone said, who makes this when a genocide is happening? People who are pro-genocide and want to ensure that support goes up for the genocide. They want to make the genociders out to be victims. Paramount Plus stays winning. Wow. There's a YouTube video from an Israeli lady that said she got attacked by the Israeli army while Hamas had to protect her. That was wild as fuck to see that video. Yeah, I mean, we have so much information now about what happened on October 7th that, of course, is not going to be in a show like this because it makes Israel look bad. Can you imagine Nazis working with Hollywood to do propaganda for their concentration camp back then also? Well, it's funny you say that because they did. It's funny you say, can you imagine Nazis working with Hollywood to do propaganda? Because there was a collaboration of American movie studios with Nazi Germany. Yeah, Nazis do this. Triumph of the Will. Wait, why does that say at Caroline Kwan? What the heck? Okay. Triumph of the Will is a 1935 German Nazi propaganda film directed, produced, edited, and co-written by Leni Riefenstahl. Adolf Hitler commissioned the film and served as an unofficial executive producer. His name appears in the opening titles. During World War II, Frank Capra's 7-film series Why We Fight was directly inspired by Triumph of the Will and the United States response to it. I'm trying to see if this was a film that was let's see. Like American filmmaker D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation, Triumph of the Will has been criticized as use of spectacular filmmaking to promote a profoundly unethical system. In her defense, Riefenstahl claimed that she was naive about the Nazis when she made it. I didn't know the Nazis were bad, and had no knowledge of Hitler's genocidal or anti-Semitic policies. She also pointed out that Triumph of the Will contains not one single anti-Semitic word, although it does contain a veiled comment by Julius Streicher that a people that does not protect its racial purity will perish. However, Roger Ebert has observed that for some, the very absence of anti-Semitism in Triumph of the Will looks like a calculation. Excluding the central motif of almost all of Hitler's public speeches must have been a deliberate decision to make the film more efficient as propaganda. Yeah, because why would you make a film that is very explicitly anti-Semitic when you are trying to whitewash the anti-Semitic genocidal motives of a psychopath like Hitler? The film begins with a prologue establishing the present day as 5th of September 1934 and the time elapsed since World War I, the Treaty of Versailles, Hitler's appointment as Chancellor, climaxing in his visit to Nuremberg on that day. It's the only commentary in the entire film. From 1933 to 1940, the Hollywood studios came to an arrangement with the Nazis that both parties understood at the time as collaboration. Zusammenarbeit. The studios sold around 250 movies to Germany in this period, in return for which they had to agree not to attack the Nazis in any of their productions. When the United States entered the Second World War in 1941, the studios finally put out a barrage of anti-Nazi pictures, but refused to use the medium to bring the genocide of the Jews to the world's attention. Oh, how things come full circle. Isn't that just sickly in its irony? Isn't that so sick in its irony? It's like, oh, we're refusing still to use the medium of film to bring the genocide of the Jews to the world's attention. And now here, 80 something years later, the genocide of the Palestinian people being committed falsely in the name of Judaism, and the complicity of, the complicity of the industry. Actually, they make propaganda that leaned into anti-Semitism, and it did very well. And at international film festivals too. Jude Seuss. Seuss, the Jew. A 1940 Nazi Germany historical drama propaganda film produced by Terra Film. See, this is a Berlin-based film production. It's sus. No, there were obviously lots of like propaganda films as well, especially being produced in Germany, that were not at all shying away from like the anti-Semitism that was fueling this, that was fueling a lot of the violence. Wouldn't that be pronounced more like, I don't know, I am not German. Wait, yes, I am. I still don't know. Is a 1940 Nazi Germany historical drama propaganda film produced by Terra at the behest of Joseph Goebbels, considered one of the most anti-Semitic films of all time. The film was directed. This is why whenever I have to read something German, I just use like a really, I did sis. Yeah. So why was that like Jennifer Coolidge German? I have done too much Jennifer Coolidge and Russ that it is just seeping into. It is seeping into everything else. Oh no. Jude Seuss. How did we get here? How did I get here that I'm doing a Jennifer Coolidge German accent? Yeah. My name is Jennifer Coolidge. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Zay, thank you for the Prime. Sir Jim Salat, thank you for the Prime. Sound Killer, thank you for the 25 months. Yeah. Where is James Marco? Say Marco. Jennifer Coolidge. Okay. This film has been characterized as one of the most notorious and successful pieces of anti-Semitic film propaganda produced in Nazi Germany. It was a great success and seen by 20 million people. Although its budget of 2 million Reichsmarks was considered high for films of that era, the box office receipts of 6.5 million Reichsmarks made it a financial success. Heinrich Himmler urged members of the SS and police to see it. Yeah. Oh, some things never change. How we're still using film, still using the medium of film to get people to be pro-genocide and pro-evil. Did you ever talk? No, I haven't talked about the recent South Park episode.
You are Mr. Netanyahu! Just who do you think you are? Killing thousands and flattening neighborhoods, then wrapping yourself in Judaism like it's some shield from criticism. You're making life for Jews miserable and life for American Jews impossible. Oh, don't you roll your eyes at me, mister. You know what you're doing, and you're doing it on purpose. Well, now you can just sit in that chair, because I'm not going anywhere, Buster. I've been to every PTA meeting, every school board meeting, and there you are, Mr. Netanyahu!
Oh. Well, South Park is Hamas. Farley! Far? Hey! Stop it! Come here! I hear those growls. Come here. Wish they had the balls to go at the Kirk shooting, but this is still good. I mean, so apparently, like, some person from Turning Point USA was like, no, don't take the episode down, because Charlie loved his appearances in South Park. Like, they still kept trying to maintain the, no, we're in on the joke. We're totally in on the joke. Charlie was in on the joke. We're on the joke. So Turning Point USA's official like stance after Charlie Kirk's murder, as much as MAGA people were trying to already be like, South Park killed Charlie Kirk, was they were like, no, it was funny. It was great. Charlie loved it. We love it. But I think South Park still knew and this screenshot in the app, will Kyle's mom strike Gaza and destroy a Palestinian hospital? Yes, 5%. No, 95%. Anyway, so like the Charlie, I think here's what I think. I don't think they are done with the Turning Point USA, like college campus debate me bro, MAGA, insufferable dweebs. I think they're just giving it probably a little breathing room. You know, I think I think I can see them returning to some form, not like having Charlie Kirk's character come back because obviously he's dead. So, but in Charlie Kirk's, there's already like Charlie Kirk wannabes who have popped up and are trying to do the shtick. They're trying to be the next Charlie Kirk. Like that one dweeb who was on the private plane was like, "Hey, Arkansas, we're coming to you." And he is so clearly trying to be he's a Charlie Kirk wannabe. Steven Crowder started the whole change my mind. Steven Crowder's the one who had the sign with like the change my mind. But there's a lot of them who do something similar to that. And Charlie's thing was going to college campuses with the like, I'll debate anybody. But it's all part of the like debate me bro troll genre of, that's what this is. King Kong Schlong, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. All right. This guy. Yeah. He's honestly, without even having to listen to this, I'm like, this guy sucks. Look at him and his stupid face.
What's up, America?
What's
Rylan
up?
Holly Hint here, about 30,000 feet up. We are on the way to Arkansas. So everybody.
Also, it's just so funny to me that these weirdos don't at all think about perception of like, oh yeah, I'm on a private plane. I have my Rolex watch and I'm talking about how, and my whole thing is like how we're going to make America better, better for you, the poors.
Everybody in line at the University of Arkansas to kick off my 10-stop campus tour. We are coming to you right here, right now. Stay in line. We have gotten a third room as we have sold out this campus stop 3 times.
I just have to say, not everybody can do the grift. All right. I'm gonna be up front. I'm gonna be for real. Kept nice. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm gonna be for real. There are good grifters and then there are bad ones. And not everyone can do it. Not everyone's got that juice. Even when that juice is rotten, even when that juice is spoiled, like his heart's not in it. You can tell he needs to rehearse this a little more.
But we are coming to you. We will fit you in. Students will get priority, but we will make it happen. I cannot be more excited. We are back. We are on the road. We're coming to you one conversation at a time. If you're not at the University of Arkansas, we're coming to a campus near you soon. So check out my tour dates. We'll see you super soon. What's up, America?
Brylan, what's his name? Brylan Hollyhan. This is like r/horrible white people names where they just go, yes, mine. Like, you know the one, the one meme of the pregnant white lady. Tragedy. Yes, r/tragedy. Braylon, Kaylin, like all these names crossed out. Why do they always end in like D, like E-I-G-H or Lynn? Kaylin, Braylon. And then they're spelled, it's like, you know what? I'm just taking alpha, like Scrabble letters, right? You just reach into a Scrabble bag and throw it on the table, and then you go, that's how it's spelled. That is how it's spelled. These two quickly found out at Tennessee State University that Charlie Kirk wannabes are not going to have as pleasant of a time spreading their hate at HBCUs. Like, these people deserve to get their asses kicked. Okay, you show up, you're being antagonistic, you're getting in people's faces, like you're very clearly trying to antagonize. All I can say, I'm going to pull back in my day, you get your ass kicked. All right, you get your ass kicked for this bullshit. Why is their handwriting always so shit? I know. Their handwriting, I'm surprised they even spelled this correctly. Deport all illegals. Now, let's talk. So do we understand how this isn't nice debate? This isn't like, oh, you know what? This is the America we need to have. This is how politics need to happen. Just some nice, nice productive debate. That's what the American political spirit is all about. This sign says deport all illegals now. Let's talk. Talk about what? Are we going to talk about how I think people are human beings and you think only some people are human beings? Is that the talk? I'm good. Like, you just want to get your little clip for your little YouTube or your TikTok, whatever the fuck else you're on. You're just trying to get those numbers up. You're all just trying to be Charlie Kirk. No, and that's the thing. It's like, don't give these people shit. Don't give these people shit, because the way that this works, they are intentionally offensive and antagonistic, and this is not a debate. This is just rage baiting people and trying to get their clips so then they can post a YouTube video that's like, blue-haired SJWs freak out. Like, black student tries to punch white kid. Like, whatever. They're, rage bait YouTube titles. Like clickbait YouTube titles. They want your attention, because that's what they're here for. And that's why they have their cameras. That's why they're trying to get their moments that then they circulate online, and then the entire ecosystem circulates it. They're so whiny. Of course, they're just little bitch babies. They're just little bitch babies. Every college professor needs to identify a conservative they admire. They need to spend department money to sponsor that person to come to campus to talk. If they cannot do this, they should be fired. Oh, sorry. I didn't know that's in the job description. That's a requirement now for college professors. All of conservative politics now is just forcing people to pretend like they aren't the whiniest losers in human history. If you tweet something like this, you should get swirlied. That's what I'm saying. You should get swirlied. Back in my day, you used to get your ass kicked. All right? You used to get bullied. You used to get swirlied. You used to get called a fucking loser when you were being a fucking loser. Make bullying great again. Yes. Because these people are whining and crying and acting like victims without the bullying. So might as well bully them. You can't win the debate when they control the edit. Yeah, that's why it's so one-sided. Like, it's so one-sided. That's what it's all about. And that's what Charlie Kirk did too. Oh, God, my stomach. Oh, you guys, I wasn't supposed to be getting into things. Too much Tylenol. Help. I know. Are you okay? No, I'm sick. I was sick last night. I was sick today. Stop linking social issues, chat. I was sick today. I've not been well. I had to cancel dinner with Jennifer Welch from I've Had It podcast, and I was so excited to get to talk to her. Oh, my stomach. It's vaccine injury. I know. Do you want to look at trains? Do you want to look at twains? Anyway, okay. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this more another day, but I did want to watch. Oh, what did I want to look at? Yes, I wanted to look at the Emma Watson. Oh, actually, before I get to that. Wait, no. I unfortunately do have something else. This. Okay, this tweet has almost 100,000 likes. Somebody responded to this clip, Leonardo DiCaprio's kiss scene with Joanna Lumley, who was 66 at the time, in The Wolf of Wall Street, took 27 takes. This was one of the most difficult scenes to shoot for him. And then someone said, geez, I wonder why. Which, yeah, we all know what that means, because Leo famously loves young women. Kissing a 66-year-old woman is probably his nightmare. All right. And then this poster said, because Leo DiCaprio is gay, in all caps, the 25-year-old girlfriends are models on couple year-long contracts to fake date him for publicity. That's why they have to sign NDAs and are out of there while still young. He has a BFF roommate, Lucas Haas, he goes on every vacation with. This is literally the only celebrity lore gossip I care at all about, but once you see it, the jokes about him only dating 24-year-olds feel so stupid. Nope. No, this is not true. This is not fucking true. Okay? Let me be here to correct the record, because I don't like this thing that happens where when a man is creepy and prefers young women, then for some reason, especially when they're celebrity, I'll see this defense of like, oh, they're gay. Like when a straight man does creepy shit, and then for some reason, there's always the like, oh, it's because he's actually closeted. Like, you know what I mean? It's so homophobic, and this is simply not true. As somebody who actually knows about Leo DiCaprio's life and goings on, as somebody who knows, because I know people who know him. I know people who have slept with him when they were like 19 years old. I have met Lucas Haas, who's also creepy. That is his best friend who like he has given a career to. That's how this works, by the way. You want to know what that is? That's called men. That's called men like giving their male friends careers. That's called like dudes making sure that other dudes are taken care of. So like Lucas Haas booked jobs because he was best friends with Leo DiCaprio. He lives at Leo DiCaprio's house because he's Leo's best friend. Like I knew a guy who his best friend was some billionaire who like he would travel around with him and all the girls that his billionaire friend was like paying for because they were homies, because dudes like to have their homies around too, doing this shit with them. So like these guys would go out together all the time. Lucas Haas is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. It's not because he's gay with Leo. Literally the good old boys club. And this is such a frustrating take because yes, there are men in Hollywood who are closeted. That is true. For whatever reasons, usually it's because they just fear that it will harm their ability to be like romantic leads, to be like the straight leads in Hollywood if they're gay, unless you're Matt Bomer, who like is just, well, actually Matt Bomer said he lost out on Superman or whatever else. But like there are gay actors who can play straight, like who get cast in straight roles all the time. But anyway, So like there are reasons that actors still are closeted and there are actors who are still closeted. But what we're not going to do is make excuses for Leo, because I looked through the comments of this and people were like, oh, that makes me feel so much better. Oh, yay. Okay. I can like Leo again because he's not actually a creep. He's just a closeted gay man. It's like, man, maybe Leo DiCaprio is bisexual. Okay. Maybe he's queer. Who knows? That does not negate the fact that he is creepy and he is misogynistic because he prefers younger women. He knew Cammie, his ex-girlfriend, since she was 12 years old. And then they claim that they didn't start dating until she was 18 or 19 or whatever it was. But like he knew her from when she was a child and started dating her when she was a teenager. Like he has done this a lot. I know girls who were 19 years old, you know, models in LA, fresh LA, and had sex with Leo DiCaprio. Like there are things about Leo DiCaprio's sex life that are really disturbing. And the reason that these NDAs are getting signed is not because he's secretly gay with Lucas Haas and he has to pretend to date these young women. It's because, one, NDAs get signed all the fucking time in Hollywood, especially with major stars like Leo DiCaprio. And two, because of the weird shit that he does. Leo DiCaprio refuses to date a woman over 25. Like, are we really going to sit here and act as if this is not some normal thing that rich, wealthy men prefer? I mean, men in general prefer the average age, no matter the age of a man, the average age that is preferred for a woman is like 22 years old. It's like 20 or 22 years old. That is considered the ideal age for men across the age spectrum. Let's not act as if there are not plenty of men in Hollywood who prefer to date and be with and sleep with younger women. So Leo is actually not an anomaly, right? Like there's a lot of jokes around Leo DiCaprio ditching women after the age of 25 because of his dating history, but he's also not an anomaly as far as being a wealthy dude who loves the ladies young. I just really don't like this too. I really don't like this because there's something about people being so like there's like a fascination here of like wanting. Wait, I'm sorry. I know you just banned this person. Women peak at 25 to 30. Well, I guess I'm dead. So I guess for me, turning 33 in just 2 days, I'm like, pfft. What do you mean women peak at 25 to 30? Because you understand that peak means the height, okay? Peak is like, that's the absolute top. So it's weird. It's creepy. I like this justification because the women he dated were before their peak and he dated them past his peak. Oh, God. Well, you know, as I said earlier, I am pregnant with 8 babies and I have been downing Tylenol. So sound the trumpets. Let the misogynists on the internet who are like, hey, you should have a bunch of children and be married. You're past your prime. Tell them that I am. And I am just huffing Tylenol. Anyway, okay. So anyway, people have like a fascination too of like celebrities' sexuality. You know, like just always wanting to know what celebrity sexuality is, and then also just determining it. Like there is this obsession. There is this obsession with it. And so the fact that so many people are willing to believe, based on this tweet, that somebody said Leonardo DiCaprio is gay and that's why he has, like, they're so willing, and because they're obsessed with it. There's like more of an obsession on a celebrity being gay than a celebrity just being misogynistic. Like that's what it is. More of a like, oh, that makes sense because he's a homosexual, rather than just being a rich dude who really loves 20-year-olds. It's enough. Okay, and then they said, this person said the gay community is too messy to keep closeted people a secret anymore. And then the person responded, said, exactly. I don't personally know him. How do I know? There are rumors. What are you doing? Like, stop. Just stop. Stop it. Because what this is doing then is like, first of all, making this into something that it's absolutely not, but then is giving people permission to go, oh, okay, so actually Leo's behavior, it's like totally fine, totally normal. And in fact, my heart goes out to him because he's secretly gay. He's actually closeted. And like people in the comments who go, oh, okay, great. Like I can not, I can go back to thinking that Leo is perfect. And, I actually feel bad for him. I feel bad for him that he has to pretend to date 22-year-olds, that he has to like have sex with them on yachts because he's gay. This person saying this is the only celebrity lore gossip they care about. I don't believe that for a second. Like, bro, Leo DiCaprio was part of the not the Brat Pack, Leo, the Pussy Posse. Yes, the Pussy Posse. That's what him and his group of friends were called. And sorry, Julia, whoever this person is, like, I have met both these people. I have seen them in club settings. I know people who are friends with Leo, who are friends with Lucas Haas. I know people who have had sex with both of these people. So, like, I have more inside knowledge here, and I am telling you that you are completely wrong. You're completely wrong. And honestly, this is homophobic. Like, I'm so sick and tired of this. I'm so sick and tired of like when straight men say misogynistic things, when straight men are terrible. And then the response is always like, oh, so, like it's always like, just say you're gay. Just say you love men. Right? Like when a man will say like, oh, Jennifer Lawrence is mid, Sydney Sweeney is mid, which is just misogynistic, right? And then the response is always like, sorry that you don't like pussy, sorry that you're actually just gay, like you can come out of the closet, it's fine. It's like, can we stop attributing queerness to men who are misogynistic, right? Like, oh, a man who says something misogynistic and it's like, oh, it's actually because you're gay. It's like, no, it's because they're misogynist. It's because they're misogynist. I hate this argument when it comes to conservative men too. Like, you can be a horrible person without also being closeted. Yes, this happens all the time and we've got to stop. Y'all, we have to stop. We have to stop because not only is it harmful to queer people, it is minimizing this misogyny. It's harmful to women when misogyny against women is what is like brushed away in this, oh, you're just gay. Okay, homo. It's shifting the blame for being creepy to being gay, and it's incredibly harmful. Yes. And look, gay men can be misogynistic. Absolutely. That's a different thing. That is a different thing from this thing that I see all the time, which is when a man is being misogynistic, is a misogynist, and the internet is like making their gay jokes. It also implies it's okay when gay men are misogynistic, which it isn't. Right. Every single time a man is homophobic, I see people say they're secretly, yes. And same with like a man, like a straight man being like a man being misogynist or homophobic, then people are like, oh, it's because you're gay. And it's the same, like the same problem with being misogynistic and then the internet being like, oh, it's because they just want to suck dick. Same thing when they're being homophobic, where it's like, man, what you're doing here then is basically is basically taking these forms of oppression and attributing them to the queer community, like their own, like oppression against them is also being committed just by them. You're shifting the blame. Like, I'm just, there's so much of this. Honestly, it's not funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's very juvenile humor. I think if you like post photos, if you make an AI picture of like two horrible conservatives making out because you're saying that they're gay for each other, I'm just like, from a humor basis as well, it's not funny. It's just not good humor. Aside from everything else we've said, like we really do need to get better at comedy. All right. Comedy is dead. Comedy is dead. These jokes have been around for so long and they weren't funny when I was in junior high, and it's not funny now. Like it's really, really not, like objectively, it's not good comedy if you think that's what you're doing. After the Pulse massacre, there was a lot of, well, the shooter was a gay man struggling with his sexuality, so it's just gay on gay violence, not a hate crime. Yeah, there is just this, I don't know, tendency to not want to attribute homophobia and misogyny to cis straight men. I don't know why. I don't understand. And as a woman, like when I have to see all of this misogyny online, I will tell you that I understand what it is. It's misogyny. It's not hard to see because it's a part of my everyday life. And to see people constantly be like, oh, it's just because you're gay. It's like, do you not understand anything? Do we live in different worlds? I think part of it is people trying to take back power and bully the bullies. That's not how you do it, though. Like, that's really not how you do it. You don't take back power by accusing someone, like, making jokes about someone being gay. Like, I know you know that. I'm just stating it. You're right. Like, I agree with you. I agree with you that I think people who are not otherwise like, you know, raging misogynists and homophobes who make these kinds of jokes or who try and always like bring it back to this, I think it's unintentional. And that's why it's like important to point out that this isn't helpful. Like, this is not the way to do it. I hate the trope of saying men who do harmful things must be because they're closeted. It's giving hatred of gay guys. And look, here's the thing. Like, yes, there are men who have internalized homophobia because of the society that they are brought up in, which like does still not have full acceptance of sexuality being not straight, right? So like yes, there are closeted gay men. There are closeted queer people who have internalized that, who have internalized that homophobia and may, as a result of that, say homophobic things. But this like 1-to-1 ratio, this every single time that a man is misogynistic or homophobic, we attribute it to being closeted, is problematic. And when gay men are being misogynistic, that's also bad, but that is misogyny as well. So like, you know, everyone is capable of misogyny. Everyone is capable of homophobia. It doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter if you are straight, gay, a woman, a man, but let's be so clear that the homophobia, the societal homophobia and misogyny still originates and is maintained largely by straight men, okay? It's not gay men who are the main perpetrators of homophobia. The reason that a gay man is homophobic is still because of straight culture. Like that's where it's coming from. Whatever is the norm, whatever has been normalized and is what is held up as the standard for society, that is where everything is going to flow from. It's like the in-group can't be capable of harming the individual, must secretly be in the out-group. TBH, homophobia against gay men is way too diminished because they are seen as most privileged in the LGBT. It's still so bad and has its own unique violence that other people in the community just don't understand, saying this is a former gay man, currently bisexual woman. Christian has to deal with homophobia all the fucking time. All the time. People come into his chat, they say homophobic things. He has to hear like streamers on this platform say homophobic things. It greatly affects him. And he's a cisgender, handsome, white, gay guy. So, I think maybe people look at him and the fact that maybe they don't, it's like they wouldn't consider the fact that he is still frequently experiencing homophobia, but he does. The internalized homophobia is actually a rare thing, but people treat it like it's the majority in the cause of homophobia. I saw this happen a lot when the Steven Crowder thing happened. Right. Like it is still, it's still not what the bulk and where the bulk of homophobia comes from and is maintained by. Like it's just gotta stop. Okay. Tigo, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Some Suzuki, thank you for the 2 months. In the same way that like when straight men act outside of the restricted gender norms, then they get called gay. Like this is all stuff that we want to be moving away from. Like we don't want to keep contributing to this. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Little Brassy Atlas, thank you for the 33 months. Niall Linder, thank you for the prime. Oh, here I am getting heated again. I saw this and it made me so mad. And I've had this conversation so many times where it's like, can we please fucking stop doing this? Can we stop doing this? Especially this person saying there are rumors. I don't personally know him. How do I know? It's rumors. Like, just stop, okay? Yes, TikTok is so insufferable for this reason. When a man acts a certain way and women go, girl, denial is a river. Like, even if he was gay, he could be bi. It's things where, look, I get it that it's so normalized in our society. And it's just things that you might not even think about you might not even think about because it's so normal, and because especially if like you're someone who, especially if you're someone who's like, I'm not homophobic. So I'm not being homophobic because in my heart, I know I'm not homophobic. Well, you might not be you might not be a homophobe in the way that these really disgusting, bigoted fucks are, but you can still be contributing to homophobia in more subtle but unfortunately commonplace ways. It's like I guess I would attribute to microaggressions as well, where people can, and I hate the word microaggressions because really it's like not a microaggression, but there are things that you can say and be a well-meaning person and not like, it's, you might not say like, oh, I hate black people, but you might make a comment about a black woman's hair that you don't even think and realize is rooted in racism. And it's just so normalized in everything that you consume in life that you just, you don't consider it. So I think it's just like important to be considering how the comments and the comments that we make, the jokes that we engage with, the things that we continue to normalize without realizing that they can, that they're harmful. And this is not the friend who's too woke, just by the way. Okay. This is not that. The hatred that's ingrained in all of us by society to hate softness and femininity is so sad. And here's the thing. It's like, how can we stop toxic masculinity? How can we encourage straight men to not feel so restricted in how they should feel and behave as men if we still call things girly because it's like, if it's pink, right? Or if we still treat things, if we still equate things that men do to being a feminine thing, and therefore like the insinuation that it's gay, that it's like not something that a straight man would do. So I gotta say thank you. I've done the calling a misogynistic in the closet and hate women thing without thinking it was bad. I'll make sure to never do it again. And look, we all do these types of things where we don't realize the impact that it has because it is just normal. And if you don't think about it any other way, then of course you wouldn't realize like, oh, actually, this is not something that I should be contributing to. I've done that before as well. Like sometimes I might still slip up and then I go, oh, you know what? I'm doing the thing that I have said we should not be doing. I'm doing the thing I've said we shouldn't be doing. So this isn't to go, if you've ever engaged in this type of thing, if you've ever like responded to someone on Twitter who said Anne Hathaway is mid and be like, oh, you just must be gay, right? Like then fuck you, shame on you, it's over for you. But it's just unlearning these things. Yeah, we grow up in a deeply queerphobic society, a misogynistic society, and we have to like work our way out of these things. The way that I look at it is, unfortunately, we're not born into a perfect world. We are born having to unlearn harmful behaviors and beliefs that have been so normalized. So it's why it's important to like always be learning, always be just thoughtful and considering considering different perspectives so that we can unlearn these behaviors so that we don't keep normalizing harmful harmful things. Yeah, I also like the your first thought doesn't define you, your second thought does. Where, you know, it's why too. I sometimes I have a lot of things play out in my head, and especially on the internet too, when I stopped just tweeting out the second I thought something. I mean, this is just in general where I play out things in my head. And, you know, I don't always, doesn't always work the way that I want it to do, but because you will have that first thought and then your learning hopefully kicks in, that consideration kicks in. You go, okay, wait a second. Maybe that's not what I want to say, or maybe that's not what I want to tweet out. I always play out shit in my head. It never goes the way I thought it would. They're like, well, that's not what I meant. Katie, thank you for the gifted sub. My family does this too, pretty much demonizes anything feminine that I wear. I no longer talk to them. Fuck that. I'm sorry. But yeah, look, we just always have to ABL, always be learning, always be open to hearing different perspectives. You know, I always appreciate when somebody says, you know, I thought about it this way for a long time, and then I heard you talk about it on stream, or I heard someone else offer a perspective that I just hadn't considered. Because that's what it is. Like sometimes you've just never heard, you've never heard a different perspective, and so you haven't had the opportunity to consider that and go, oh, I didn't realize that. And I think it's a measure of your character when you realize something you had not realized before, when you learn something that you did not previously know, and then you take that in and you go, oh, okay. All right. Now I have a different understanding here. And remember, we are not perfect. We cannot strive. We cannot strive for perfection. Perfect is the enemy of good. We're trying our best out here. I'm trying my best out here. This is not something that you will be perfect at, nor should you try to be perfect at, because it's just not possible. And that's how it goes. So myself included. Okay. We need to learn from Hillary. Oh, is this the...
Do you like this top? So gay. Really? Yeah, it's totally gay.
You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Say what?
Well, say that something's gay when you mean it's bad. It's insulting. What if every time something was bad, everybody said, oh, that's so girl wearing a skirt as a top?
Oh, you are.
Those are cute jeans, though. When you say,
yo, she cooked her.
That's so gay. Do you realize what you say? Knock it off.
What if every time something was bad, people said, oh, that looks like a girl wearing a skirt as a top? Man, she made her point and roasted her. Y'all, this was 15 years ago. 15 years ago when Hillary Duff did the That's So Gay PSA. So were we listening to Hills back then? Do we maybe need to be listening to Hills now? Maybe some people, this fell on deaf ears. Florida be like, fine, we won't say gay. Okay, we're going to listen to Emma Watson's comments. She did a 2.5 hour podcast with Jay Shetty. I did not, oh God, why do I have a cramp? Oh my God. Oh, I'm in bad shape. I am in bad shape today. Oh My whole left side is just like cramping up and down. Oh God. Do they know it's my birthday in 2 days? Is that why this is happening? Falling apart. Okay. Let me go pee first. Let me go pee and then we'll talk about this. I know. It's because I'm no longer at my peak. It's true.
As she walks in the room, scented and tall, hesitating once more. And as I take on myself and the bitterness I felt, realize that love lost white horses. They will take me away, and that is
Oh, everything just hurts. Okay. All right. So just an FYI. No, I saw that as well. I saw those comments as well. So Emma Watson is in the news because she did this interview with Jay Shetty, and I don't think she's really done an interview like this in quite some time. And she has been retired from acting for 8 years. And she basically just opened up about everything with the celebrity monk, Jay Shetty. My mom loves Jay Shetty. A lot of moms love Jay Shetty. Okay, so this is towards the end of the interview when Jay Shetty asks her about J.K. Rowling. And just to give you some context, all of the stars of Harry Potter, Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, and Rupert Grint, who played Hermione, Harry, and Ron, respectively, they have all publicly stated their support for trans people, for trans rights, because, as you know, J.K. Rowling has become like number one TERF. She is so awful and insufferable, and unfortunately has a lot of money and has been using that money to strip civil liberties from trans people. Like, she has just become so singularly focused on being a transphobe, and she has a lot of power and a lot of wealth and a lot of influence. And so the stars of Harry Potter have all publicly publicly disagreed with her transphobia, and they did so by being pro-trans rights. Now, they have, to my understanding, always, their statements that they've made have always been explicitly about supporting trans rights. None of them have ever said, like, fuck J.K. Rowling, like, not really making it about her, but obviously it being, well, here's the thing about J.K. Rowling. She thinks that any support for trans rights is a personal attack on her because she has, I don't know, she is such an egomaniac. She is such a narcissist that she just views it as a personal attack on her. So obviously, in a kind of roundabout way, it is, it's not a personal attack on J.K. Rowling to be pro-trans rights. It's you support trans rights to be pro-trans rights. Maybe Daniel Radcliffe has made more jokes. I can't remember exactly what he said, but Emma Watson has not. Okay, that much I will say. Emma Watson has never said anything that is an actual personal attack on J.K. Rowling. She has just said that trans people, that trans people are people and that they're deserving of rights. And so what's happened is J.K. Rowling essentially was like, I will never forgive them. She has attacked them. She has attacked Emma Watson multiple times in her very snarky way. And she has said that she will never forgive them for making statements because they made statements in support of trans people in the wake of her publicly attacking the trans community. I think Radcliffe has said a bit more due to his career path and good voice. Yeah, I mean, Daniel Radcliffe has said he's said a lot of things. I can't remember exactly what he said about JK, but Emma has not. Emma has never, to my understanding, said anything that's like a personal affront, a personal attack on JK. So on this interview, she's asked about J.K. Rowling, and here's what she says.
Into lots of other environments, seeking and thinking I'd be able to get and keep, and just not being able to find.
It's something I wanted to ask you about that's difficult and challenging, because it's something you spoke about earlier as to being such a big part of your life, an important part of your life. But recently, there's been so many conversations and comments directly from J.K. Rowling, whether it's her saying she'd never forgive you for your views, or the fact that when she was asked what ruins the movies for her, she named yourself and some of your co-stars. And I imagine that's an extremely difficult thing when you've been a part of someone's world, when you've felt connected to their work, and then for it now to kind of be a full 180. And for someone to publicly say these things that can be quite extremely hurtful, actually. How do you think about that?
I really don't believe that by having had that experience and holding the love and support and views that I have mean that I can't and don't treasure Joe and the person that I had personal experiences with. I will never believe that one negates the other, and that my experience of that person I don't get to keep and cherish. To come back to our earlier thing, I just don't think these things are either or. I think it's my deepest wish that I hope people who don't agree with my opinion will love me, and I hope I can keep loving people who I don't necessarily share the same opinion with. And I think that's a very, very important way for me that I need to be able to move through life. I just really, to circle back around, I really do believe in having conversations, and that those are really important, and that I don't know. I guess where I've landed is it's not so much what we say or what we believe, but very often how we say it. That's really important, and that's really frustrating and not what you want to hear when you're really angry and upset with someone. But I don't know, I just see this world right now where we seem to be giving permission for this kind of like throwing out of people, or that people are disposable. And I just think I will always think that's wrong. I just believe that no one's disposable. And everyone, as far as possible, whatever the conversation is, should and can be treated with, at the very least, dignity and respect.
Okay.
Thank you for.
Okay. Oh God, I'm sorry. My stomach is just like going crazy. It's like I cannot breathe. Big Blue Truck, thank you for the 5 months. So what she's saying, what she's struggling to say, she's obviously picking her words very carefully and is kind of trying to is trying not to offend here. What she's saying is essentially, I still love Joe. She calls her Joe. I have memories of her that I still treasure, you know, what she meant to me, you know, how important she was in my life, especially when I was very young. Like, that is still true. But also it's true, like, she does this duality thing. Like, also it's true that I believe what I believe, which she doesn't say explicitly here, but she has said before, and that like trans people deserve rights. And that she's kind of looking at this as we have a difference of opinion. We have a difference of opinion, but I can still love this person even though she doesn't love me anymore, which I think Emma is saying is that sucks. And on the one hand, like, look, this is something that I know this can be a complicated thing. Like, there are people in here who are trans, who are queer, you know, they're at odds with their families because of who they are. And it is this like trying to, you know, some people they've cut off family members. Some it's we still have a relationship. We still have a relationship even though we obviously we are not in agreement over something like human rights. But I think the problem here is that, okay, I think the problem here is that Emma is portraying J.K. Rowling's transphobia, her fascism, as a difference of opinion. This is like very much the moderate liberal, like treating fascism as an opinion rather than as how you view human beings, how you consider, your consideration for human life. And so I think that is why people have raised an eyebrow at this, why they've been like, Emma girl, what's going on? Because she can express, look, she had a very close relationship with J.K. Rowling, okay? To her, maybe J.K. Rowling was family in the way that people here, like with their families, have had to work through these very difficult things of like, maybe you have a parent who's transphobic, but you still have a relationship with them and it's very complicated. But also family, family complicates things. But I think it's needing to not keep treating this as a difference of opinions. But I get that that's probably difficult. She was already struggling to express. And I think it needs to be made clear that fascism is not a difference of opinions, and we have to stop normalizing it as such. And it's not just an opinion, because J.K. Rowling is actively committing harm against trans lives. She is responsible for legislation that is stripping rights away from trans people. So it's not just her being like, I don't like trans people. It's her actively causing harm. And she has a ton of wealth and a lot of influence. So she is actively harming people. I have to say, like, transphobia is transphobia, but J.K. Rowling is in a different position than probably most of your family members who if they're transphobic, because they don't have the billions of dollars and the power that J.K. Rowling has, that she is actively using to strip liberties away from trans people and gloating about it publicly. The other thing that I would say is J.K. Rowling has made it very clear that she does not fuck with them. And in fact, in response to this, she posted on Twitter this shit. So this, I don't know who the fuck this woman is. Some comedian, in quotes. Emma Watson finally breaks her silence and shares her truth about the rift with J.K. Rowling. Spoiler alert, you may need some vinaigrette to consume this. JK reposted this. I'm already missing Intel ladies Angela Rayner, but I'm here for all the spoofs. Like, she is laughing in Emma Watson's face. So another difference of the Emma Watson JK Rowling relationship and the comments she said versus like maybe your own with your own family member is that these are public figures and these are comments that are being made publicly. So the way that this is reflecting then on Emma to say on a public podcast what she said, and then J.K. Rowling responding publicly this way, like it also I think makes a difference there. You know, it's like Emma Watson is still this. Here's the thing. The reason that you can't give an inch to people like J.K. Rowling is because they don't give a fuck. J.K. Rowling is not going to stop being a hateful bigot, and she is not going to stop publicly trashing the stars of her franchise because they are not transphobic. And so, as I said, I get that if you had this relationship with JK that probably felt like a familial relationship, they were kids, she was a big part of their lives, they spent a lot of times together, maybe they called her Aunt Jo, I don't fucking know, but like some familial relationship that you have struggled with because of the ghoulish things that she has been saying and doing, and because like she has, you know how I think about it? Look, I have an aunt that I have cut off. For reasons, including that she is a transphobe and just, been espousing hateful beliefs and just horrible things that she's been doing. I think about if we were both famous and then I, on a podcast, was giving her grace, and then she just turning back around and throwing it in my face and, mocking me. At some point, there's no more grace. And I have to imagine that they have reached out to her privately, that they've like maybe, especially Emma Watson, maybe Daniel Radcliffe was like, I don't give a fuck, you crazy ass bitch. But maybe Emma, because it sounds as if she loves her still and is like, I essentially like sounds that she wishes she could still have a relationship with her, even though they disagree. I have to imagine that she's tried to reach out privately, probably has only been met with like either silence or just pure and, J.K. Rowling antagonism. So like this then being done publicly and the response to it being this, like, I think if this were me and my aunt, I would be like, yeah, you don't get any more grace. No, I'm no longer extending that to you, because this isn't even just privately now how we're handling things. Like, this is all out publicly. She also tweeted this because the Critic Mag wrote, Emma's passing admission that she still feels love for the woman who created her most famous role was enough to get her attacked by the #BeKind lot. So what's the point in complying? The gender fanatics are never satisfied. And JK tweeted, it's quite extraordinary how many people think a crocodile will be so grateful you fed it red meat for years that it'll let you stroll away unharmed when you decide you want to break. This is a horrible person, not just for what she said, but the fact that like she so clearly does not extend any of that grace that Emma Watson has extended her right back. And this is why you cannot give some, like, with bigots like this, you and it's, you know what it is too? It's the like, okay. It's the same thing when liberals in office are like, we need to reach across the aisle. You know, we need to reach across the aisle and work with our colleagues here, even though they're MAGA, like blah, 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 where it's like, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about us. They're not hiding that. And they're laughing in your faces. They are laughing at your civility, at your like emphasis on how much we need to be civil and work together, when they're like, fuck you. Like, yeah, you keep doing that. You keep wasting your time on that. Meanwhile, I will be over here causing even more harm and destruction. And you'll be over there like hand wringing and being like, oh, we just need to get along. We're talking specifically about people who have power and influence, like J.K. Rowling, or like, you know, MAGA politicians who do not give a fuck about you. They do not care, and they are actively causing harm. So the time for grace, the time for like reaching across the aisle with these people in power, that's not, that's not what's happening. Okay. And nor should that be happening. You need to reach across the aisle, that the other side of the aisle is a wood chipper type shit. Yes. And it's always one-sided. Yeah, and so JK is over here like liking and tweeting and just absolutely deriding Emma Watson for saying that she still loves her. That's how fucking horrible this woman is. It reminds me of how some victims have to process the positive feelings they might have had towards their abuser. Not that this is the dynamic they had. They might recognize the abuse and that it's wrong, but they will have other memories and feelings about the person that they haven't reconciled. Yeah, and I think too, look, Emma, I think what's tough too is like, Emma Watson is cisgender. So yes, she is an ally for trans people, but she herself does not have to bear the brunt of J.K. Rowling's attacks. Even though, yes, transphobia hurts all people, like first and foremost, it's hurting trans people. So I think also, like, when you're speaking publicly, you have to be taking that into consideration. So for trans people, it's not a difference of opinions. This is fascism that is actively trying to kill them, that is trying to eradicate them from society, to strip their liberties from them, to make sure that they don't exist. So it's not, I just think like if you are a public figure and you're speaking and you're speaking publicly like this, I get that this is tricky and that there's, you know, a relationship here that I am not a part of, that I don't know their whole history, whatever. But still, I think Emma should have, I think she needed to make more clarifications, and I think she needed to not express this in the way that she did. And I think the other reason too why I'm kind of shaking my head at this is because at another point in the podcast, she kind of did this same two things can be true when she's talking about Palestine here.
Like, they can talk about, people don't feel like they can talk about what's happening safely. This duality created where we don't seem able to care about the victims of terrorism and care about the genocide that's happening in Palestine at the same time. And both things have to be allowed to be true. You have to be allowed to care about 50,000 civilians dying, 17,000 of which are children.
Which also, that number is so far from the actual toll.
And care deeply about the victims of this awful terrorist attack. People don't feel like they can talk about what's happening.
Okay, so this part especially is very much giving like white liberal. It's very much both, you know, it kind of both sides. It's kind of like a, well, sure, we should care about the genocide, but equally we need to, like, what that does then is it still equates this, and it still erases the history before 10/7. And that's part of the problem here with people who have, with liberals who have gotten on board with being pro-Palestine to the extent that they are anti-genocide, is they still are ignoring the very important context and history that led up to October 7th. And my concern is that liberals don't understand that pro-Palestine does not just mean anti-genocide. It means free Palestine as well. Freeing Palestine, not just from the genocide that they are enduring, the illegal violent settler actions in the West Bank, but also to free them from Israel entirely. To free them from Israel, which is the reason 10/7 happened. And that is a very important part of the story here. So, like, yeah, human lives. What? What are you doing, dude? Us chatters have been sitting here for hours watching you go in circle in circle. When are we going to see some content? We love you, dude. We are your fans, your guys. Sincerely, your chatters, do something, man. Okay. No. You are confused, because if I were going just in circles, I would be doing this. Not speaking and just going. And here's the thing. Even if I were just doing that, walking around in circles, it's still content. You might not think it's good, but it's still content. Caroline, you're sick. Don't get dizzy. I know. My ribs are tight. My body is kicking my ass in the last 2 days of me being 32. And yet I am still here. I'm still doing content, baby. Girl, unrelated, but your arms are looking ripped. Thank you, because I haven't been to the gym since before Portola, so I felt like I fell off. I've already fallen off. I have to get back. I gotta get back. Okay, so anyway, I don't like how Emma's saying this here. This is not a duality. This is not this is not both sides. Obviously civilians dying is bad, but with Israel and Palestine, if we still at this point are doing the both sides thing, then we are contributing to Zionism. Then we are actually helping Israel, who is the oppressor in this story. So to be clear, if you are using both sides type language, you are aiding the oppressor, because the oppressor, which is Israel, benefits along the spectrum of like, yay, hoorah, Israel, go, all the way to both sides are bad. Okay. Because what that does is it erases the fact that actually there is a total power imbalance. There's a total power imbalance, which has led to the subjugation of the Palestinian people for 75 plus years. So you can't have both sides when one side has all of the power and therefore has been able to subjugate the other side and, you know, rule over their lives in an incredibly cruel and violent fashion for decades. And so this is just a very like privileged liberal answer. It's liberal tone language. You can't use violence to end genocide or apartheid, but you can do it peacefully. And obviously history's shown that doesn't work. So anyway, okay, so she said that at another point in the interview, and it's like, okay, so to go back to the J.K. Rowling part, I understand that she must have complicated feelings, painful feelings over her relationship, like her personal relationship with this woman that she's known since she was a kid. But unfortunately, my takeaway here, that plus the other comments, is that she's just kind of doing, she very much so is like giving off privileged liberal, where this doesn't actually have this actually doesn't have the seriousness that it should. Like, she's not treating it with that. And I've always liked Emma Watson, and this doesn't, like, I don't hate her. This is not being like, oh yeah, well now I fucking hate Emma Watson. I mean, she doesn't even do anything anymore. It's not like she's acting. She really doesn't make appearances, which is why this is kind of a rarity. But I do think the criticism to the words that she used here is understandable. And I think that anyone who's continuing to contribute to this idea that fascism is both sides, or that fascism is a difference of opinions, this is a bad contribution. This is something that we should not continue to be contributing towards. Erebus, thank you for the 5 months. Chartreuse, thank you for the 4 months. It feels as though she'd probably still be friends with JK if JK wasn't throwing a public tantrum. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't know, obviously, but I maybe can assume that Emma has attempted to reach out privately to JK and has not, like, hasn't had luck with that. And so all of this now is just public. Like, obviously JK Rowling saw her interview here, and then that's why she's mocking her on her own social media page. So at this point, it's like, girl, I think you need to realize that this person is not somebody who you should have a relationship with. Sorry. Like, this is not someone that you should keep giving grace to. I think if you're still feeling conflicted over it, it's better to just not say anything at this point. It's better to not say. I think that's kind of the theme of the day. I always find a theme in my streams, and I think the theme of this stream is you can always just say nothing. You can always just say nothing. Don't speak. Oh, that's what you're feeling. Yeah, and I think there's also a whole conversation here of like white feminism, you know, liberal civility, politics, that whole kind of thing. And I think we can say one thing for sure. I think one thing we can say still holds true, and that is J.K. Rowling fucking sucks. J.K. Rowling sucks ass and continues to. Joanne Moldy Rowling is just what a piece of shit, honestly. Like, I think if it hasn't been made clear what a piece of shit she is for all of her transphobia, the fact that her response to Emma Watson being like, I still love her, I treasure her, you know, essentially saying I hate that we don't have a relationship anymore, is for J.K. Rowling to mock her, to spit in her face yet again. This is a woman who is how old? You know, let's see. She's 60 years old. She's known Emma Watson since Emma Watson was 10. Like, I don't know. It also just, you know what I think this triggers me a bit? Because I think a lot of us have been there where we have been the ones extending grace to people in our lives who have said hateful and hurtful things, and that's not returned. Where it's like, why do I have to keep being the good person here? Why do I have to keep like thinking of your feelings, like me being considerate of your feelings, and that is never returned? Why do I always have to try to keep the peace? Like, I think about that, even though yesterday I was talking about how, you know, I try to approach, like when I believe that I can change someone's opinion of mine. So I'll, you know, approach them differently if I have a relationship with them than like I talk about on stream. But at the same time, it's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating when you are on the side of, I think human beings deserve rights no matter who they are, and I believe in humanity and I fight for humanity, and like I have actual morals, and you know, I'm on the right side, to people who are bigots, who are hateful, who do not think all human beings deserve rights. Like, why is it always having to cater to how they feel? Make sure that we keep the peace. Oh, don't want to fight. Oh, you know, I love, like, oh, whatever it is. It just, On top of the vicious transphobia, she's just so genuinely mean-spirited to the people she claims to have been close with in the past, and that she apparently gave everything. It's so gross to watch. Yes. It's really gross. And she reminds me so much of my aunt. so much. This is why I hate the be the bigger person rhetoric towards oppressed peoples. Like, what do you mean you want me to be nice to the most bigoted people and that I'm less than for not doing so? And I know it's complicated when it's family. I know that. I know. It's complicated, but I guess what I'm saying is I recognize how it can be complicated, and that some of you will still have relationships with people who don't think you deserve rights, who, you know, or whether it's towards you or another group of people. And like, I know navigating those relationships is hard and complex, but also like, I recognize the frustration. We all have that one aunt. I recognize the frustration in that we're always expected to be the ones who keep the peace, who like, okay, let's just not, I won't talk about this, and yet they won't shut the fuck up, right? It's like your racist ass uncle. Why doesn't he shut the fuck up? Why doesn't he go, you know what? I don't want to cause any problems here, so I'm not going to say anything. He's always saying something. They're always saying something. It's like you're the one who's bringing this up. You are the one who is constantly not keeping the peace. And then acting when you get a response as if you're the fucking victim. I'm exhausted by it. Exhausted by it. Erebus, thank you for the 5 months. Ay. God. Sorry. Okay. All right. Let's move on to some fun stuff. I had to unfriend too many family members on Facebook. Yeah, I'm just not even on Facebook. I have not been on Facebook in a hot minute. Thank you, Caroline. We're always made to feel like assholes for talking back. Have you seen Mussolini's Son of the Century yet? No, I haven't. Incredible news from KFC. Oh.
People missed it. Kentucky Fried Chicken has blocked me on social media. For those who are new, I'm Colonel Sanders' great-great-great-nephew. I'm the last Sanders in
Wait, for real?
his family line. It does not mean I'm the last family member in his family line. My page has been dedicated for many years to upholding Colonel Sanders' legacy and the Kentucky Fried Chicken history, and that involves more than just Kentucky Fried Chicken, but all the fast food restaurants my family was involved with, either making or helping start. They blocked me for upholding his true history.
Okay, wait, is he actually the great whatever grandson of Colonel Sanders?
Let people know who he actually was. And they blocked me for calling out their advertising.
Don't care. You know what? Don't care. I believe him too.
Weird,
Don't
disrespectful, and disgusting. Over the last decade, they have sexualized my uncle for marketing purposes. They have encouraged fans to sexualize him as well. I cannot and will not support a company that does that. My response to Kentucky Fried Chicken blocking me is, do you want to know how to make their chicken?
Oh my God.
Truly, generally, their chicken. This recipe I put together through facts. There is a lot of ingredients on here that could be proven through public information, and I gathered all that together and broke it down for you in several videos on my YouTube channel. So let Kentucky Fried Chicken deny this. If they do, I'll say, prove it. I have facts and receipts to back up my recipe. Show us what yours is. The other ingredients on this list that cannot be proven through public information is from my cousins on Lee Cummings' side. Because cousin Lee was the nephew that needed the recipe, not Joe Ledington. Not that bullcrap that was leaked in 2016.
Oh, shit!
Lee Cummings, nephew of Colonel Sanders, the Colonel's sister's son, knew what the recipe was. This was proven because he was sued in court for knowing the recipe, that he could not use the recipe. Here's a snippet of proof for that. He was barred from using 5 key ingredients of the original recipe in his own recipe, so he had to change his recipe up to be able to sell it. Cousin Lee wrote down the recipe and saved it in his recipe book. I always said the recipe is not an heirloom.
You know what? His TikTok also says real Colonel Sanders, so it's definitely
true. Handed down by the Colonel throughout the family. I didn't say anything about Cousin Lee. My grandfather and I came up with the measurements. The measurements are not from the recipe book. Those are from our own. You yourself could play around with the measurements until it's to your liking. The measurements I'm providing is what my family likes. This is the chicken we cook in our house. Now you can cook it at your house. If you don't want to boycott KFC alongside of my family, go try their chicken. Try it next to mine. Tell me, which one's better? To cook this chicken, follow the instructions Colonel Sanders left behind. If you happen to have a pressure cooker, use that. If you don't,
The truth
follow
is
the
out
instructions
there.
to the best of your abilities with what you have. Use cake flour.
Wait, I definitely have to make this. I have to make this for cooking stream one night. I'm not going to do it tomorrow because Will's out of town, and like I would obviously want him to try it, and he's going out of town tonight. Plus tomorrow I might make, hopefully I'm alive, but I might make something birthday related. I don't know what that would mean.
Use lard or vegetable oil. And add the salt and MSG to the flour after the 11's mixed with the flour. Do the 7-10-7 method. Film it and tag me in it.
Okay, and also, if somebody wants to be a hero, and screenshot and like just have in one place the instructions and then put it in the Discord, that would be very heroic. If anybody's looking to be a hero, just to make it easy, here's the video.
For those who are...
Here's the vid. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make a birthday cake or if I just do something that is like, I don't know if I'm like, these are my favorite foods, or like, this is something my dad used to make for my birthday. I don't know. But I was thinking that for tomorrow. Are you asking us to pirate chicken? I mean, look, Colonel Sanders' ancestor has given us the go-ahead, has given us permission. Okay, but I need instructions because you guys know I can't just do this. Like, here's the ingredients. Also, that's very fast. Here's the ingredients, but I need to know how. Yeah. Oh, colonel. I mean, it's the same. It's like how Wednesday, I still in my head, Wednesday. Colonel is colonel. Colonel and Wednesday. Cutie Stream was making Squeaks a cake and not you. It's because... That's because Squeaks is turning 50 and it's a very special birthday. It's a very special birthday. So she was making his 50th birthday cake. I am turning a measly 33. We haven't talked in a year. No, she did ask me if I wanted a birthday cake. I don't know if I said. Do you know what I want her, if she makes a birthday cake? I want her to make a cake that's me making a fake cake, like the stock photo. It's whatever the stock picture is with like the cake holder and, you know, all the shit. Clip of Cutie getting canceled. Good.
Hey, Cutie, I'm inspired and love baking. My question to you, do you have any detailed tips on crumb coat / icing cake? I mean, you're about to watch me do it, so... I guess my tip is make sure your cake is cold. Impaired, not inspired. Impaired. Sorry. No, Cutie, they said they are visually impaired. And I said, watch me do it. Is that what I said? Oh, I'm so sorry. That is, yikes. I'm visually inspired.
I always knew she was blind phobic. I always knew that she Just so you know, that was not an accident. When someone said that they were visually impaired and her saying, "Watch me do it," she did that on purpose. Hashtag cutie is over party. Get it going. Get it started. Watch me do it. That's crazy. That's so funny. Wait, what is I can never remember if Squeaks and I have the same birthday, or I think his might be a day before me. You know what's funny is that Squeaks is actually younger than I am. No, he's not turning 50. He's actually younger. His is tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's right. That his birthday is the day before mine, and he is younger than me. As much as we joke about Squeaks being old, and we definitely don't joke about me being old. I'm turning 51. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Okay, so here's the deal. Not Christian, thank you for the 25 months. Why is Farley barking? I downloaded a game for tonight. We can either get to gaming now, or I can watch some more of the horror game history video, and then we get to gaming. The game that I downloaded is Call of Duty. No, it's Silent Hill F. Wouldn't that be funny, though, if I was like, guys, I've got some news. I am now a Call of Duty player. Starting tonight, let's get the slurs going. I'm now playing COD. What can I say? New year, new birthday, new me. New birthday, new me. Drive God True, thank you for the 2 months. So, I know I said I was going to wait to do horror games until October, but when I was lying in bed today, feeling like shit, binge watching Robert Redford films, I was like, I kind of want to get into Silent Hill F. Plus, it's close enough to October. It's close enough. It's almost October. What sign am I? I'm a Libra. So I was like, let's do it. Let's get into it. I didn't feel like I had the energy. Plus my stomach hurts to RP in Rust. Plus, I think there's things happening in Rust that they're not for me. Will's not going to be here either, and I like RPing with him. Okay, so should I get into scary gaming now? Should we do it now? Or do you want to we can watch some more of this video, and then I can get into gaming. Otherwise, I'll probably watch more of the horror games video maybe tomorrow night. So I can do a poll because I have to go see why Farley is barking anyway. Mars Eternum, thank you for the 5 months. Okay, what to do next? Watch some of the horror games. Okay, that's too long. Horror games vid or Silent Hill F. Now, to be clear, I will still be playing Silent Hill F. It would just be after we do some Reactorino. After some, how much is left? Quite a bit. We still have quite a bit of it left. I think we watched like the first 40 minutes. So we can watch some of that, then get into gaming, or we jump into gaming now. It's a very long video. That is true. Okay, I'll be right back. I just realized I didn't put any music on. Wait, come here. Give me another hug. Oh, don't kiss me. I might be sick. Okay, love you. My boy's going to Boston. Boston. Wait, what happened? Okay. Oh my God. 1 vote difference. You guys, every vote matters. Yeah, people say your vote doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Wait. Someone said they misclicked? Is that true? Is that really true? You guys misclicked. How did you misclick? Okay. All right. I will. Okay. Just to. Here. You don't get 2 minutes this time. You get 1 minute. Okay. Some people voted illegally. Okay. Here's what I'll say. I have a vote too. I put my vote towards horror video games just to tie it up, just to keep it interesting. You get 1 minute. Don't misclick. Don't not vote. Arizona hasn't even come in yet. People are already celebrating, thinking Hillary Clinton has won, when it's like the blue states have come in, the ones that she obviously was going to win. And they're like, yay! Wait, keep it. Will you keep it open? Wait, why are you closing it? Oh, okay. Will you turn the air down? Okay, thanks. Do I get an I voted sticker? You get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. Okay, so vote, because I ain't gonna hear none of that shit. I'm not gonna hear but I thought the election was a different day. Oh no, I accidentally stumbled and accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Okay, you have 2 seconds. Wow. You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny is that this time I gave you half the amount of time. I gave you half the amount of time and more people voted. More people voted this time. You rigged it by giving your preference? Well, I just gave my preference to keep things interesting, you know? So that people wouldn't be like, I don't care either way. Look, this was up to the people. I gave my preference to keep it interesting because some people said they misclicked. They're like, I was taking a shit in the bathroom. I missed the vote. Oh no, my IBS chose that exact moment. My IBS chose that exact moment. And I was shitting my brains out. So I didn't get to vote. Wow, wait, we didn't even watch as much as I thought we did. We watched 26 minutes of a 2.5 hour video. We only watched 26 minutes? Okay, that's really funny though that way more people voted this time. Way more people voted for the entire history of horror games. Okay, we will watch some of this. I will try not to pause a million times so we can get through some of it, and then I will play Silent Hill F. But this is a video that we started probably 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. It is the entire history of horror games. And I was like, oh, we should watch this because in October, I want to do horror games all October long. So by playing Silent Hill F, basically we're just getting a jump on things. All right, so we are picking up from 1992's Alone in the Dark.
The dark that games which came after tended to take inspiration from. And yet, survival horror wasn't the only area the genre was finding success at this time, and 3D wasn't the only new technological breakthrough.
Roro Helio, thank you for the 32
the
months.
CD-ROM also changed gaming in the 90s, giving developers unprecedented storage capacity and allowing for new features like full motion video.
Yeah, I know there's chatters in here who weren't here when we watched this, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's the entire history of horror games. So guy who made this video is walking through that whole history. And this first section is early horror. It covers 1981, but then he talks about like the first horror games from the 70s, 1981 to 1995.
As horror games had long tried to emulate horror films, FMV provided a new opportunity to do that emulation more directly, leading to a short-lived but impactful wave of FMV horror games. Horror point-and-click adventures were already enjoying steady success, with examples like 1992's Dark Seed, which featured extensive artwork from H.R. Geiger, showing their reach. FMV extended this reach, though, like by bringing it to the United States Congress.
Night Trap, which adds a new dimension of violence specifically targeted against women, is especially repugnant. It ought to be taken off the market entirely, or at the very least, its most objectionable scenes should be removed.
Violence in video games.
Trap is a game famous for the controversy it created, but the most interesting thing about it might be how little it did.
Since when does Congress care about violence against women, especially considering fictional violence against women versus real non-fictional violence against women?
Earn that notoriety. This early FMV game was marketed as an interactive movie, with gameplay revolving around watching live surveillance footage of a group of girls attacked by vampires during a sleepover.
Wait,
the player must then switch between different camera feeds.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are those the vampires? Wait, are these guys in all black supposed to be the vampires? Stop. We have to play it. It's so stupid. I kind of want... Okay, this is the perfect thing. If there are any of these games that are two-player, this would be the perfect thing for Sam, because Sam loves playing really obscure games and like just kind of, that's her shit. So if any of the games on this list are two-player, we should definitely try to play some of them. Or during October, during our horror games October, even if I don't play the whole thing, it's like, oh, I can play some of these games. This looks so stupid.
Uncovering information through listening to conversations and
are
triggering
those
traps
the
to capture the vampires and save the girls. There was no blood, no gore, no nudity, little violence, and the vampires themselves were just masked men dressed in black who seem far more goofy than scary. But that didn't matter to the media. In a time of Mortal Kombat-inspired panic around violence in video games, US senators blasted Night Trap for featuring gratuitous violence and promoting sexual aggression, while incorrectly claiming that the player's objective was to trap and kill the girls rather than save them.
About 2 months ago, I saw the video game Night Trap for the first time.
No!
It is a sick, disgusting video game, in my judgment. It's an effort to trap and kill women. Shame on people that produce that trash. It's child abuse, in my judgment.
This 1993...
It's child abuse? And also, keep in mind, this is in the 90s. This shit... First of all, moral panic around video games has been going on so long. If you needed further proof, here you go. Second of all, it's just so absurd to have Congress be talking about violence against women, child abuse in relation to this video game. Like, again, a fictional game that is really quite tame. That is really nothing compared to what was happening in the real world.
Senate hearing was a curious moment that speaks volumes about gaming status as a newly emerging and poorly understood medium in the early 90s. For horror games, however, Night Trap's large controversy over little substance shows one of the important challenges the genre faced in these times.
I'm sorry.
I mean, just pay attention to Senator Lieberman's and Senator Cole's choice of words in this hearing.
Instead of enriching a child's mind, these games teach a child to enjoy inflicting torture.
Mortal
This game's on
Kombat and
Steam.
Night Trap are not the kind of gifts that responsible parents give.
We have some basic responsibility in this country to protect children.
Night Trap wasn't just controversial because it was inaccurately portrayed by the media, it was controversial because it was assumed to be for children.
Someone who said that's a Democrat, by the way. Yes, moral panics are bipartisan.
As that's how all console games were viewed in this period, meaning any horror game for a console was seen as inappropriate by default. The earlier Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Halloween for the Atari also led to controversy and retailers refusing to stock them. And if you look at many of the more successful horror games covered so far, you'll notice that most were for PC. This Senate hearing, which eventually led to the creation of the Entertainment Software Rating Board 1 year later, has ensured Night Trap's place in gaming history. But for FMV horror, more interesting games were still to come. Like 1993's The Seventh Guest, which more seamlessly blended FMV sequences with more involved adventure game puzzles and exploration. The Seventh Guest involved an amnesiac waking up in a haunted mansion and uncovering its past through visions of ghosts. And
Lex,
it was
thank you for the
hugely
22 months.
successful, selling 2.3 million copies by 1997, making it one of the best-selling PC games of the decade. In fact, Bill Gates described it as the new standard in interactive entertainment, which was probably because, along with Myst, it helped out Microsoft by promoting CD drives as the new standard for home computers. In fact, optimism around CD-powered FMV games was so great that it led Take-Two to create a trilogy of high-budget adventure games featuring impressive A-list celebrity actors.
Is that? I gotta have more cowbell. Wait a second. Is that I'm Christopher Walken here? Wait, was that Alden Alda as well?
Including Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken.
No, it was
Still,
Dennis
perhaps
Hopper.
the most fondly remembered
Crazy.
FMV game of the era is 1995's Phantasmagoria from adventure game heavyweights.
Wait, that's so interesting. I didn't really realize that celebrities, big talent like that were doing video games in the 90s. Like, obviously the video game industry now is so huge that you have tons of big name actors who and directors like Jordan Peele involved in the business, but that's James Earl Jones is in the FMV for Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun. Does he voice a character? Like, that makes more sense to me if he's voicing a character because he was known for his voice work. But yeah, I guess it being like a little movie.
Berta Williams and Sierra Online.
Wait, Tim Curry's in a video game?
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
What? Oh! Space! Yeah, well, if Elon Musk and these other billionaires have their way, unfortunately, that will no longer be true. What a great line. What a great line. Man, 90s games, huh? So is Ripper this game, or
There's nothing here you haven't seen.
No, that was
at the other murder
Finn.
sites, except a few extra gallons of body fluids.
What?
Self-defense, man. I mean, why'd you hit me, Quinlan? What are you, stupid? Any luck identifying the murder weapon yet? I will guess that it's a knife. Farley says that hasn't been established. That fat fuck has a lot of crazy theories. It's not rocket science. These people were butchered. You can't slice bacon with a baseball bat. Cop KO's Penhead, first round. How's your face, asshole? What do you got on the Powell case? Look, just because you two played tiddlywinks in your birthday suits doesn't mean I'm gonna open police files for you. She'll fuck like you. Thinks he has me by the balls. All right, Quinlan. You want to clear the bus?
Quinlan. You want to be the boss?
He's out. That's on your conscience.
Yo, he's
Strikes again.
full
And it's got a
walking
doctor
here.
named Burton who practically invented the field. She's a real ball breaker, though. Why didn't you tell me about the web runners? What are you talking about? Same MO as the others? You got it. Look around you, asshole. If anything, this is more gruesome than the other two. Hell of a lot more splatter.
Hell of a lot more
I'm
splatter.
dying of anticipation. You have any clues? No sign of forced entry. Nothing's disturbed. 2 sets of prints. Hers and her mother's. The only thing not where it should be is this woman's insides. With you and 10 million readers. We could have a real intimate relationship, you and I. It's not my fault you can't catch this guy. Well, see.
Oh, this is so good.
I'll rewrite the damn rules if that's what it takes to nail Eddie. Well, if it's another frame job, I'm gonna have to run it in the Herald. No, please don't. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today, Conan, because you come this close to finding out what it's like to be a human shish kebab rotating in one of our fine penal institutions. But you're way off on that.
No.
We're going into interrogation, Brian.
He's going full walking.
You know, little police work. How's the coffee, Sarge? Nice and hot. Yeah, the pile of bodies is getting bigger. I got
pile of
crazies coming
bodies.
out the woodwork to confess. This Ripper's been spotted more times than Elvis. Because they don't know what they're talking about. She's never dogged anything in her life, so far as I know.
This feels like outtakes. This compilation feels like bloopers.
You know her, Magnana.
This is a rip-off.
Well, she'd have to have about 20 more pounds. And 50 less IQ points for me to be interested. I thought I threw you out. Now get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God, that is incredible. I had no idea. I simply had no idea. Look at the cast list of Ripper. Christopher Walken, Burgess Meredith, Karen Allen, John Rhys Davies, Paul Giamatti. Damn. Learn something new every day. Okay, we'll go back to the video. Tim Curry voiced the titular character in the horror point and click game back in the day. Gabriel Knight speaks with a Cajun accent. Yo, what was going on in the 90s?
Which featured so many FMV scenes that it came on 7 discs. It also cost several $1 million, with a production that ran over time and over budget, and involved building an entirely new film studio specifically for the game. And that might give you a hint as to why FMV games were not the future. Once CDs became the norm, the novelty of FMV wore off, leaving developers with high costs for no guarantee of greater sales. Still, Phantasmagoria was from a time when developers still believed, and aspects like the quantity of unique animations or the quality of the main actors' performances still show the format's potential. The story revolves around exploring a sinister mansion with a mysterious past, again, but the focus on the deteriorating relationship between the newlywed husband and wife at the heart of the story did at least help it stand out. Ultimately, however, the future of horror would not be FMV. Alone in the Dark sales were almost as high as the top-selling FMV games, and came without the costs of famous actors or dedicated film studios, meaning soon other games followed in its footsteps, including several direct sequels. Alone in the Dark 2 released in 1993 and made improvements to combat, which was one of the first game's more criticized aspects. One thing it did not improve, however,
Honestly, that looks like me when I have a rock in Rust and I'm trying to hit something and I'm just not hitting it at all.
was the horror, with the unsettling Lovecraftian aspects of the first game swapped out for a focus on mobsters, pirates, and not entirely convincing voodoo magic. There was more action, marking the start of a trend seen in many horror game series, but the decreased focus on tension or dread raises questions over whether this was still a survival horror game or simply another adventure game with horror elements. Luckily, there would be other Alone in the Dark successors, like 1994's Dr. Hauser, which featured similar exploration, puzzle solving, and tank-controlled gameplay, alongside a similar lone guy investigating an abandoned mansion with a mysterious past story.
Ooh,
One feature which did differentiate Dr. Hauser was its use of fully 3D environments in place of pre-renders, which allowed the player to freely switch to additional first-person and top-down perspectives. This was a time when developers were just starting to experiment with 3D, as can also be seen in Ecstatica, another noteworthy game released that same year. Ecstatica's ellipsoid-based models might look rather cartoony today, but they allowed for characters to be depicted more efficiently by using fewer shapes, and helped create some impressively advanced animations.
There's something like kind of sweet but also sad about how when this stuff came out, it was like so exciting, and because this was at the forefront, right? We didn't have anything past this. It was cutting edge. So it was just, people hadn't seen stuff like this before. And now, you know, obviously with how advanced video games are, and like, you know, motion cap and all that, you look at this and it seems goofy, but there's something sweet about it. And I don't know, we've reached a point where it's like, we've reached a point of almost ultra realism, and I feel that way with films too. And anyway, there's something about the kind of cheesy endearingness, that vibe that these games have. It's charming.
Ecstatica was also far from cartoony in subject matter, with its medieval town graphically ransacked by monsters and a clearly disempowered protagonist who was regularly forced to run while being stalked by unkillable werewolves. 1995 would bring Alone in the Dark 3, this time with a Wild West theme,
are missing
but a few
whimsy. We
further
need
advancements
whimsy.
in horror.
Bring whimsy back.
In Japan, however, developers were starting to get more creative, like in D, an interactive movie-style adventure game from Maverick game designer Kenji Eno. D shows similarities to other FMV games featured earlier, but used computer-generated video rather than live action, and ran entirely in real time,
Crazy
with no
face, they have
pause or
15
save
months.
function for its entire 2-hour duration. This made this particular movie game much more movie-like than most, with not only an attempt at cinematic style, but also cinematic pacing that often stayed light on gameplay to focus more on its ambitious story of a woman trying to find her father after he went on an unexplainable killing spree.
Yeah, that's true. There's still like charming, kind of whimsical, old school feel games in the indie scene.
D was highly creative, but it wouldn't be the most important horror game that year. Clock Tower released exclusively in Japan at the twilight of the Super Nintendo's reign, and finally accomplished what so many games before it had aspired to, translating the thrills of a slasher film into gameplay.
Of course, the
That
Japanese
said,
did
Clock
it.
Tower was not inspired by the popular American horror films of the 80s, but rather director Dario Argento and the giallo genre of Italian horror from the 70s. This is reflected in Clock Tower's aesthetic, with its main character Jennifer being an almost direct copy of the character Jennifer from the film Phenomena. Still, it was its gameplay that really defined Clock Tower, as it took the familiar exploring a sinister mansion premise and point-and-click adventure gameplay and added in something other games often lacked: actual danger. Throughout the game, the player is stalked by Scissorman, who shows up in unexpected places and chases you continuously.
Okay, yeah. See, that I think would still freak me out. There is something that I think is ageless when it comes to horror, and that is being chased by something that is like a giant pair of scissors. And your space is limited. Like, just the being chased aspect, I think that there's no like that's like rudimentary fears.
The player has no way to fight back, and so is forced to rely on traps, hiding places, and their own ingenuity to survive, creating a clear feeling of disempowerment against this constant, relentless threat. Through this, Clock Tower didn't just reference the chase scenes from the films that inspired it, but rather recreated them in video game form, with the player taking the role of prey, turning the thrill of watching someone try to escape into the thrill of being the one fighting for your life.
Is this
and
on
barely
Steam?
making it out alive.
Let's I can check.
Or not. In many ways, this is the dream of horror games. Not some desire to copy movies and match their scares, but rather to go one better and take advantage of the strengths of the medium to create experiences people can't get somewhere else. And it seems fitting that by 1995, horror games had accomplished this, because after 14 years of tentative advancements, controversies, and complications, the genre was finally about to have its true breakthrough moment.
I want to play Clock Tower.
Sometimes there are games which divide an entire genre into before and after. Resident Evil is one of them. The game began development as a successor to Capcom's earlier Sweet Home, which the director, Takuro Fujiwara, had felt was held back as a horror game by the Famicom's limited graphics. Fujiwara felt the new PlayStation 1's prowess would finally allow him to create the game he had always wanted Sweet Home to be. To do this, he turned to rookie director Shinji Mikami, who was famously chosen because he hated being scared, something Fujiwara saw as important, with him later saying that people who aren't afraid of anything don't understand what's frightening, and you can't make a horror game if you don't have fear.
That is you know what? I haven't really thought about that, but that makes sense. That's real.
And this was key to Resident Evil's success. So many of its features were lifted straight from Sweet Home, like its mansion setting and puzzle solving, or were inspired by Alone in the Dark, like the
He's
fixed
still at
camera
Capcom
and
to
tank
this day
controls
with
or
the
dual
Resident Evil
protagonists,
series.
or had simply been done already and done well by Project Firestart years earlier. What made Resident Evil different?
Damn, I didn't know Resident
wasn't
Evil
its
is this
features,
old.
It was its horror. Resident Evil committed to the genre, trying to push the bar further, to unsettle and to unnerve. This led to some pushback during its
Hassan would be
development,
great for
with some
testing
at
out
Capcom
games.
worrying that the game went too far. But Fujiwara's response wasn't to dial things back, but rather the opposite, encouraging the team to make it even nastier. And many of Resident Evil's most famous scares still work all these years later. Take the player's first meeting with a zombie, shown via an iconic, unique cutscene.
It's Daddy!
Or the frequent use of camera angles to obscure rather than show your enemies. Or its willingness to toy with players' expectations, like when two zombie dogs suddenly break through the window of a static background to unexpectedly ambush you. But Resident Evil didn't just create scripted scares. Arguably, its most important gameplay innovation was its save system, which worked via limited ink ribbons the player could scavenge and had to spend each time they wanted to secure their progress. This created a constantly rising tension
Yeah,
that
that's
would grow the further from a
stressful.
safe room the player got, with all responsibility given to the player, who has to decide whether to continue forward or turn back, and whether to ration ink ribbons or risk even worse trouble by running out of them later on. Resident
Limited
Evil was at its
saves
most
is
effective when you're a long way from home,
brutal.
having already used up most of your resources and desperate to restock and save your progress. And you have to decide whether to enter the door to an unknown room, unsure if what's on the other side is the safe room you desperately need, or danger even worse than you've already encountered. The decision to go through that door and the dread about what could be in there waiting for you is the type of horror only games can produce, and was at the heart of the survival horror genre Resident Evil inspired.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first Resident Evil game that I played on stream, and it was so stressful because of the saves, because like trying to get to the save room or trying to find a save room. It's my search bar. I will never forget just running around so stressed.
And Resident Evil did inspire. Before Resident Evil, horror was a theme for other genres, like text adventures or
Your
point-and-click
dad made you
adventures
play?
to portray,
You were 10?
and portray it they did.
I would do that to my kid.
But after Resident Evil, horror was the genre, and RE's particular formula would be the one most other developers copied. Through this, horror found a new home on consoles, a market previously largely overlooked as it was seen for children, which was now able to finally flourish. By December of the following year, Resident Evil 1 had passed 4 million copies sold, which for a time made it the best-selling game on the PlayStation 1. In fact, Resident Evil was so successful that its influence spread beyond its own medium. For so many years, horror games had copied horror movies, but Resident Evil flipped this on its head by bringing zombies back into the mainstream, with a new wave of zombie media all citing it as a direct influence, including 28 Days Later, Shaun of the Dead, and the Walking Dead comic. Although, admittedly, this wasn't quite caused by Resident Evil alone. 1996 would also see the arrival of the light gun shooter.
I just rewatched Dawn of the Dead. So good.
The House of the Dead, which featured a similar science gone wrong zombie outbreak for players to survive, and was a major hit, becoming one of the best-selling dedicated arcade games of its era.
Yeah, I forgot
and
Sarah Polley
receiving
was an
multiple
actress.
sequels. Clock Tower 2 also released that year, which, unlike its predecessor, did release outside of Japan, where it was simply titled Clock Tower, following the Final Fantasy formula of creating decades of naming confusion through trying to prevent naming confusion by using different numbers in different regions. Clock Tower 2 continued the story of the original and featured similar point, click, and flee gameplay, but switched to 3D after its director saw the announcement of Resident Evil and felt 3D graphics were needed to
scary.
compete with it. 1996 also brought a successor to D in Enemy Zero, which, like Kenji Eno's previous work, was as ambitious as it was original. Enemy Zero was not related to D, but it did feature the same main character, Laura, who Eno saw as a digital actress playing a different role. Enemy Zero featured a mix of interactive FMV sequences alongside real-time first-person exploration. In it, Laura wakes up from cryogenic sleep aboard a spaceship overrun with invisible aliens. These were the main enemies the player faced, and they really were invisible, meaning players had to rely on sound to fight them. A tracker changed pitch and frequency as enemies approached, allowing players to shoot them with a carefully timed charge blast just before they attacked. This built heavy tension, with the adage of what you can't see being scarier than what you can taken to an extreme in what remains a highly innovative sensory-based gameplay system that shows just how different the horror genre might have been if it had explored different directions.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that horror gets to play with. Film, not so much, is like how the terror can come from your different senses being restricted. You know, because when you're watching a horror film, like, they can't affect. It's not like they can come through the screen and be like, sorry, you can't hear anymore. Oh, sorry, you can't see anything. But with games, because you are the player, like, it's interactive that way. It is a full sensory experience. Yeah. Yeah. That's why, like, I don't know. I thought I was all horrored out and then I found horror games.
Instead, the direction for horror's future was trying to top Resident Evil. 1997 would be a quiet year for the genre.
This clip is why House of the Dead 2 is an amazing horror game.
I've been waiting for you, friends.
I've been waiting
Goldman,
for you.
Do you know what you're doing?
Cancel with B button.
I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Can't you see? Man committed a sin, disturbing the life cycle of nature. The original sin that man is responsible to protect the life cycle. I have made a creature to rule over mankind.
Why is the voice acting?
This is the final battle. Show yourself, our new ruler, the Emperor.
Why is it like that? Why did it slip into Kirby? I was like, life cycle. What the hell?
But in 1998, the response to Capcom's classic arrived.
That is iconic.
And
Donut
they were
Frosted,
led
thank you for the 2
by
months.
Resident Evil itself. How to make a successful sequel has been a recurring challenge for the horror genre in games and movies alike. Or, as the self-aware horror sequel Scream 2 once said,
Who would want to do that? Sequels suck. No, wow. Come on, man. The entire horror genre was destroyed by sequels.
the simplest reason for this is that horror relies on the unknown, and sequels are inherently familiar, which means doing the same thing again tends to produce rapidly diminishing returns. To prevent this, both movies and games often take the same approach of increasing the horror elements in an attempt to top what came before, which can create a risk that this exaggeration gets taken too far. Resident Evil 2, however, shows how to up the stakes successfully. While the first game begins slowly, with a drawn-out build-up to its first zombie encounter before the player starts taking on undead
Aliens is fucking great, though.
foes one at a time, Resident Evil 2 drops the player straight into the middle of a zombie outbreak in a densely populated city and forces you to survive entire screens full of zombies before you even get a chance to familiarize yourself with the controls. What followed was a similar game to what came before, with an emphasis on more. Environments were more varied, enemies were more deadly, boss fights were more explosive, and to go alongside the returning choice of two characters was an A and B path system where playing the game for a second time with the other protagonist introduced a number of new changes, including different item placements and a new unkillable enemy to stalk the player called Mr. X. This ensured even a repeat playthrough didn't fall prey of being too familiar to be scary. But even all the way back in 1998...
I remember the first time in the Resident Evil game that had Mr. X that I played, and I just emptied all of my bullets. Like, just every single bullet I had. And then people were like, oh yeah, you can't kill Mr. X. Like, you can slow him down, but you have to just run from him. I was just blasting.
Astute observers may have wondered just how long Capcom could continue with this same strategy. Regardless, for Resident Evil 2, it paid off, and the numerous improvements to the graphics and presentation helped ensure critical acclaim and even greater sales than the first game. Capcom weren't the only developer trying to top Resident Evil, however, as in 1990.
Have you seen this Mr. X mod? Wait, I played this. Resident Evil 2. This is the remake that I played. This is the first one, I think.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was when I. That was when I emptied.
Knock, open up the door and spray with the non-stop pump out and stainless steel. Go hard getting busy with it. But I got such a good heart that I make the motherfucker wonder if he did it. Damn right, and I do it again. Yeah, I am life, so I got to win it. Break bread with the enemy. No matter how many cats I break bread with, I break who you sending me. You motherfuckers never wanted nothing but your life saved. Bitch, that's for the life day. I'm getting down.
He has his own music. Oh my god, that game was so fucking hard. That game was so, because it's stressful, because Mr. X is just on your ass.
The era of RE clones officially began. Famed JRPG developer Square would release Parasite Eve, combining Resident Evil-inspired survival horror with Final Fantasy-level presentation and turn-based random encounters. Sega's answer came with Deep Fear, which sought to emulate Resident Evil's gameplay with a story inspired by The Thing that was set in an underwater research facility where an infection was transforming people into mutants. Polygon Magic's Galarians mixed Resident Evil-inspired gameplay with a heavy dose of teenage angst and psychic powers, and Resident Evil's director, Shinji Mikami, would take a break from the series to create Dino Crisis, which again stayed true to the RE gameplay formula, but featured 3D environments rather than pre-renders, and dinosaurs instead of zombies, which Mikami hoped would produce a more visceral and panicked response in players, leading Capcom to market the game as panic horror. Still, the most famous challenger to RE's crown came from Konami
Dino
and
Crisis.
What is this? What's going on here?
Silent Hill, released in early 1999.
I was just about to say, when are they going to get to Silent Hill?
Marked an important step for psychological horror in video games. Psychological horror emphasizes feelings of unease and dread instead of the horror from physical threats represented by monsters or violence, and had been largely neglected by gaming over the more immediate thrills provided by chase sequences and intense combat. Silent Hill did show similarities to Resident Evil's design, albeit with 3D environments instead of
Am I going to play
pre-renders.
F? Yeah.
But by comparison, its combat was easier, its resource management more stripped down with no limited saving, and its exploration was quieter. And so instead of Resident Evil's tension through gameplay, Silent Hill used the atmosphere of its story, setting, visuals, and sound design to create an oppressive feeling of dread that hung over the entire experience, much like the pervasive fog that blankets the eponymous town. Through this, Silent Hill set itself apart from its competition, which director Keiichiro Toyama has
Seen
said
one battle
was
yet?
his intent. In fact, many parts of Silent Hill can be understood as an inverse of Resident Evil. Silent Hill's horror was that of an unexplainable nightmare, whereas for as crazy as the Resident Evil series can be, it always adhered to the rule of explaining all supernatural elements through rational science. Silent Hill's town was wide and disorientingly open, compared to Resident Evil's claustrophobic, tightly designed single locations, and Silent Hill's protagonist was a relatively weak everyman unused to combat, compared to Resident Evil's ensemble of wisecracking supercops. And so, Silent Hill offered something different and original, and in doing so, it answered the question of how to make a successful horror successor. In a genre that thrives off the unknown, maybe you should try to be different.
Silent Hill is so good.
There were other games from this era that also stood out by being
It is
different.
very melancholic.
Like Atlas's Hell Knight, a first-person PS1 game about escaping a shape-shifting monster
it's getting a
within
remake?
an underground maze buried deep beneath Tokyo. Hell Knight featured zero combat, with gameplay focused on running and avoiding your pursuer, making it somewhat reminiscent of the much earlier 3D Monster Maze. There was also the genre-mixing System Shock 2, which combined elements of immersive sims, first-person shooters, and RPGs, alongside a much stronger horror focus than its predecessor. Still, the most dominant
Silent
name
Hill
in horror
2 remake was
continued
so
to be
good.
Resident Evil, which released its third entry only a year and a half after Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 3 continued the trend of trying to one-up what came before, this time through the introduction of the Nemesis, a recurring unkillable foe who relentlessly pursues the player and was inspired by the T-1000 from Terminator 2. Through this, Shinji Mikami wanted to instill a persistent feeling of paranoia in the player,
Dead.
and Nemesis was arguably the most intimidating threat the series had seen. Resident Evil 3 also introduced more action mechanics, including a quick turn and a new dodge ability. Resident Evil's next entry arrived just 5 months later. Code Veronica released in early 2000 on the brand new Dreamcast and made the jump to full 3D environments alongside a more dynamic camera. As the first next-gen Resident Evil, Code Veronica's technical improvements were enough to wow critics, but for the first time for an RE game, it was hard to see Code Veronica as doing anything to evolve the survival horror formula. Luckily, more original titles were still coming out as well, including from Capcom
Yeah, so
themselves.
basically it was like the technology got more advanced, like the graphics getting better, but not advancing the actual gameplay itself.
Who released Onimusha in early 2001, which swapped shotguns for samurai swords to answer the question of what if Resident Evil was set in Sengoku-era Japan. The Dreamcast would also receive a more experimental horror game in Illbleed. Crazy Games' previous work, Blue Stinger, was an early Dreamcast title that stuck closer to Resident Evil-inspired action-adventure game design, but Illbleed was a more bizarre and over-the-top take on B-movie horror that was known for its dark humor, amusement park setting, and unconventional game mechanics that relied on the protagonist's senses to detect traps and scares before triggering them. Outside Japan, EA would also release Clive Barker's Undying that year, a supernatural first-person shooter rich in gothic horror from acclaimed author Clive Barker, who was heavily involved in the design process. And outside both Japan and the West, Korean developer Sonuri would release sleeper hit White Day, a labyrinth named School, only in Korea. White Day combined immersive first-person exploration, puzzle solving, and visual novel-style storytelling inside a haunted school, and was a rare example of Asian horror from a non-Japanese developer. Its sales were too low to receive an international release, but its cult status in Korea and word of mouth online slowly spread the game to English audiences, first with an unofficial fan patch, and then an official remake in 2015. 2001 also saw the return of Alone in the Dark in The New Nightmare, which soft rebooted the series by...
I should honestly have been writing down which ones are interest to me. I might have to go. I might have to just go back through.
Bringing
like,
long-running
click,
protagonist
click.
Edward Carnby back in a very different adventure. In a testament to just how dominant Resident Evil was in this period, the series which helped inspire it was now copying it instead. The New Nightmare was a far darker, edgier, and more overtly horror-focused experience than any of the Alone in the Dark games that preceded it. It would also increase the focus on combat, adding a flashlight mechanic and more demanding resource management, while ditching its more 3D-inspired backgrounds for RE-style pre-renders, which was somewhat ironic given how most series, including Resident Evil, were doing the opposite in this period. Ultimately, The New Nightmare was a success and saw positive sales, but couldn't match the new king of the horror hill. And speaking of hills, Silent Hill 2 released 2 years after the first entry and raised the bar for horror storytelling in gaming. While much about the game remained similar, including its fog-covered setting, Silent Hill 2 moved its narrative focus away from the demonic cult activity of the first game towards the inner trauma and turmoil of its characters. The idea of connecting the horror in the game world that we see and interact with the horror inside someone's mind from trauma, guilt, or a damaged mental state has become so common within gaming that it now risks feeling overused and almost passé. When Silent Hill 2 did it, however, this was not the case. And it is likely the effectiveness and impact of Silent Hill 2's use of this trope that is responsible for it becoming so widespread. Silent Hill 2 told the story of James Sunderland, a widower who receives a letter from his recent...
Wait, is his name not? Oh, Pyramid Head. Whatever. I'm on Dayquil. I'm on Dayquil. No, I didn't mean Pyramid Head. I called him Triangle Head. No, that wasn't a joke. I'm off the quill. I'm off the quill. I just went Triangle Head. No. I wasn't taking Tylenol. No, I've been taking the quill. I've been quilling.
Telling him to come to Silent Hill to meet her. His journey sees him descend deeper and deeper into a surreal hell, and yet no matter how horrifying the nightmare becomes, Silent Hill 2 never loses sight of its humanity.
You know, if you say things confidently, people don't know that you're wrong. Right?
My restless dreams. I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did.
Nope.
Years later, Silent Hill 2 is often held as not just one of the greatest stories in horror, but in all of gaming. But not every sequel can guarantee the quality of Silent Hill 2. And by 2001, there were the first signs that the genre might be struggling to move forwards.
Yeah, the voice acting was
For
good.
one thing, the next Resident Evil was not Resident Evil. Devil May Cry is not a horror game, but it began development as the first incarnation of Resident Evil 4, with Hideki Kamiya, the director of RE2, returning to oversee the project. And yet, it ended up straying so far from the survival horror of the original games that Shinji Mikami felt compelled to intervene to convince Capcom it needed to be its own thing. If you're familiar with Devil May Cry, you may wonder how it could ever have been a Resident Evil title. But it turned out, Resident Evil was on the verge of an identity crisis. In early 2002, Capcom would release a remake of Resident Evil 1 that remade the game from the ground up in the same style but with next-gen graphics and expanded gameplay features. This remake is regularly held as the definitive version of the game and involved many of the original developers, with returning director Mikami viewing it as closer to his original vision. It also received great reviews, was the pinnacle of this particular visual style, and has remained as one of the most acclaimed horror games ever since. And yet, despite all this, Resident Evil Remake sold poorly.
Resident Evil Remake.
In fact, its sales were so far below expectations that it permanently changed the entire trajectory of the series, which likely changed the trajectory of the entire genre.
Wait, what? This is just Resident Evil Remake or Resident Evil 1? Is this 1? Not gonna lie, it's hard for someone born too early to play it. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Wait, hold on a second. Resident Evil. Okay, let me bookmark that one. Okay, got that. Whoa, all right.
And left Mikami later referring to his disappointment as a lingering trauma. And yet, Remake wasn't the only data point. Later that year, the series would receive another entry in Resident Evil 0, a prequel to the original game that would retain much of the classic gameplay
off.
alongside the next-gen quality pre-renders used in Remake. To add something new to Resident Evil's now familiar formula,
buying it.
0 allowed players to control both protagonists.
I'm buying it. It's 75% off.
With the ability to switch between them and travel together or separate. Similar to its original inspiration, Sweet Home, each protagonist would have slightly different abilities, and this was the key to solving many of the game's puzzles. And yet, this wasn't enough to impress reviewers, with 0 being criticized for seeming too stuck in the past, particularly in its tank controls, which were increasingly seen as outdated, and once again, it sold far fewer copies than earlier entries. So, horror was undergoing a change in
did they just mention
reputation,
G4?
if not yet game design. And yet there were still many survival
R.I.P.
horror classics in this era, like Tecmo's Fatal Frame, also known as Zero in Japan and Project Zero in Europe. After Resident Evil's breakthrough, horror was dominated by Japanese developers, but those developers were usually emulating Western influences to create games that would appeal to Western markets. Fatal Frame, however, wore its Japanese influences proudly, telling a story of two siblings exploring a haunted mansion that gave off a deeply unsettling eeriness, much more understated than the more visceral horror of so many other games from this period. Fatal Frame's most famous feature was its camera-based combat, where ghosts were warded off by taking photos of them. This forced players to look directly at what was scary, in contrast to the genre's tradition of running away from it, and helped Fatal Frame to stand out in a time of heavy competition. And so, despite Resident Evil's wobble, there was still plenty of life in the horror genre. 2002 would also bring a third sequel to Clock Tower, as well as a successful adaptation of The Thing, which combined survival horror with squad-based third-person shooting, in a sign of what might be to come for the genre. Meanwhile, one of the year's biggest surprises came from GameCube exclusive Eternal Darkness, which was the first ever Nintendo game to receive a mature age rating. Eternal Darkness featured simple survival horror gameplay, with more modern third-person camera controls and combat, in a Lovecraftian-infused story that stood out for its use of multiple characters across 2,000 years of history. Still, Eternal Darkness's best feature was its pioneering sanity mechanics, which broke the fourth wall in numerous unexpected ways to target the player rather than just their character.
Sanity.
These sanity effects started to trigger if the player's sanity meter was dropped too low from enemy encounters, and included the more mundane, strange noises and visual changes to the environments, to the more creative, fake deaths, open doors becoming locked, and simulated TV errors or game crashes. In fact,
every game that comes up is Chad's favorite game ever. That's always my favorite thing. We'd be like, oh, this is the best.
The system was so impressive that Nintendo locked it away through a patent to prevent anyone copying it, before the game's unexpectedly poor sales doomed any chance of a sequel. 20 years later, that patent finally expired, but Eternal Darkness's depiction of insanity has still rarely been matched.
Just snort up that nostalgia.
2003 would bring another sequel to Silent Hill, which increased the series' oppressive atmosphere to even more uncomfortable levels in its fan-favorite third entry. A sequel to Fatal Frame at the end of the year would be similarly successful, with Fatal Frame 2, Crimson Butterfly, often held as the best entry in the series thanks to its strong story and subtle improvements to gameplay. A new take on Japanese-inspired horror would also arrive that year in Siren,
there you go,
which was
Chatter.
created by many of the original developers behind Silent Hill, including director Keiichiro Toyama. Siren featured a sight-jacking mechanic, which the player can use to see through the eyes of nearby enemies, allowing it to replicate the villain point-of-view shots used so often in horror cinema to increase tension, while incorporating this into its stealth-heavy gameplay
so cool.
as the primary tool the player has to help them avoid enemies. 2003 also brought the controversial release of Manhunt, which let players step into the shoes of a death row inmate forced to star in a series of
yeah, people were talking about this. People were talking about Manhunt.
films about killing local gang members, with your exploits captured on CCTV, alongside ratings based on executions and instructions from a mysterious director played by Brian Cox.
What?
Manhunt was divisive, even within Rockstar, with one employee later saying, quote, "There was almost a mutiny at the company over the game, and that it just made us all feel icky." It's hardly surprising then that Manhunt reignited discussions over violence in video games, and yet
This
at the
is
same
so funny how it'll be like quiet for a while, and then a game comes along and Congress is like, see, this is what we've been saying. Violence in video games. It's ruining the kids.
time, it also showed how far horror had come. When Night Trap appeared before US senators in 1993, horror was controversial no matter how tame, because consoles were seen as for kids. 10 years later, however, horror no longer had to censor itself, and had proven it was here to stay, no matter how much some outside the industry had a problem with this. But that didn't mean horror was done evolving, a fact which Resident Evil would soon make obvious. Yet
might have had
this
a point.
was hardly the result of a single game.
I'm just imagining parents peeping their head in. Oh, hi, honey, 10 more minutes on the computer. And then they see Manhunt. They're like, ah, what is this?
And titles like 2004's The Suffering gave an early sign of horror's more action-heavy future. The Suffering featured another death row inmate, this time accused of murdering his family and locked away in a prison that comes under attack from supernatural monsters. Unlike the constrained resource management and carefully considered combat of survival
really
horror classics,
brutal.
however, The Suffering simplified player decision-making to being all about action. Envisioned as the frantic gameplay of Devil May Cry meets the horror setting of Resident Evil, The Suffering allowed players to cut through enemies in waves without ever pondering a need to run away, and it wasn't the only game to blur lines between
That's what
genres
happened to
that
me.
year. Doom 3 would also surprise players by turning off the lights and introducing a new emphasis on horror, showing just how mainstream horror had become by this point. 2004 also saw the release
I
of
was
the...
just had no idea of any of this. The only games that I thought existed were Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers, and then the James Bond game, because my evangelical Christian friend, her family had a PlayStation, and so we would play Super Smash Brothers sometimes, and then her brothers played they played a lot of GoldenEye. So those are the only, those are the games that I thought existed on a console. And then I played Roller Coaster Tycoon, I think. Roller Coaster Tycoon, the Harry Potter game, or on the PlayStation, whatever, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? What were the other computer games? It was like that one, and then I played Neopets. But as far as like this whole ass world of horror games, I simply did not know.
More obscure, gaming's best impersonation of an early 2000s American teen movie, down to the quintessentially noughties punk rock infused soundtrack.
Oh, hell yeah.
Obscure survival horror
that Josh
gameplay does
Hartnett?
little to stand out today, but it did include the novel feature of full co-op, predating many other horror games in offering something that became an important part of the genre's future. In 2005, however, horror would truly change as the genre's most important series reinvented itself to staggering success, and attitudes and expectations forever changed in its wake. But survival horror never fully died. Instead, it would spend years lurking in action horror's shadow, only to resurface in both new and familiar ways almost a decade later. The change towards favoring action also didn't happen overnight, and the final years of the PlayStation 2 would continue to produce several future classics. Capcom released their spiritual successor to Clock Tower in Haunting Grounds, which gave players an updated take on the run-and-hide formula, alongside one of gaming's bestest boys. Moral panic over video game horror would get a new season in the flawed but psychologically gripping Rule of Rose, and series like Siren and Fatal Frame would get new, well-regarded entries. Still, there's no denying which game defined the rest of the decade.
Wait, who wanna guess which game defined the rest? Which game defined the rest of the decade? Let's see.
How do you make a good horror sequel? Cinema had struggled with this question long before games ever
The
did.
Villagers!
And games had struggled with it long before Resident Evil 4 did what it did. Resident Evil 2's answer was to one-up the first game. Resident Evil 3's answer was to introduce a new challenge in Nemesis, but by late 2002, neither one-upping nor new features seemed to be
Just
enough.
a bazooka to the face.
While Resident Evil Remake was failing to sell and Resident Evil Zero was being criticized for seeming stale and outdated, the fourth mainline entry in the series was experiencing hell. Development hell, that is, as Devil May Cry was not the only failed Resident Evil 4. In total, 4 separate versions of the game were started and then discarded as Capcom wrestled with the true nightmare of the horror genre. How do you make a good horror sequel? Trailers and gameplay footage of these aborted versions still exist, showing features similar to what came before, including the classic zombies, a mansion-like setting, and the use of fixed camera angles. Yet none were deemed good enough, and in the end, Shinji Mikami returned to once more take over directorial duties and create the game everyone knows and loves today. His reason for making such drastic changes were simple. In an interview, Mikami said Resident Evil Zero had felt like just more of the same, and that only after changing to a new system did he manage to feel scared again. And so, the genre's most significant change didn't come from a desire to move away from horror, but rather the opposite. Resident Evil 4 was an attempt to recapture the feeling of the unknown that had been lost in 8 years of survival horror saturation that followed the original title's success. And this worked. The introductory sequence in Resident Evil 4, where returning protagonist Leon Kennedy arrives at an unnamed European village, is as horror-inducing as anything seen in a Resident Evil game before it. The unnerving encounter with your first enemy, a human, not zombie this time, who is just as intent on doing you harm and considerably more capable. The sense of isolation as your driver abandons you. The creeping dread as you make your way up to the village. And the pulse-pounding terror as the first real fight begins, and then just doesn't end. As the enemies keep coming and coming, as the barricades that once stopped zombies no longer prove enough, and as a large man with a chainsaw tanks shotgun blasts to the face and still keeps chasing you, giving you no time to think, no room to breathe, and no chance to do anything but fight for your life in a desperate struggle for pure survival. It might be easy to forget, but once upon a time, Resident Evil 4 was scary. Still, some things did change, like the tank controls and fixed cameras, which were replaced by a more modern over-the-shoulder third-person view. Resident Evil 4 can risk being overpraised for its third-person controls. Successful third-person shooters existed years before it, and its camera is not actually freely controllable in the way modern players might expect. Still, it did make a vital step forward by using an offset camera position that allows the player to get much closer to the action without that action being obscured. This allowed for a more immersive, intimate, and potentially claustrophobic camera position, perfect for the horror
I like that whoever's examples, like whoever's playing this, that the guy who made this video took clips from. I like that they shoot in the way that I do, like just a shot to the dick.
Camera, and which became the standard for nearly all third-person shooters going forward. Resident Evil 4
Like
also
sometimes
changed the
missing.
intensity and frequency of the action. Resident Evil 1 was a slow, deliberate experience where tension was built and resolved over tens of minutes. Resident Evil 4 still involved tension and still disempowered the player by forcing you to stand still to aim and reload, but its main tension tended to be built and resolved over seconds. Will you make or miss that headshot? Do you have time to reload and shoot before these enemies reach you? And will that guy with the chainsaw ever just fuck off and die already? It's this change of intensity that makes it fitting to describe RE4 as an action horror game rather than survival horror. And with this change comes a lowering of the importance in resource management and decision making, as combat became the default solution to almost every problem. But to go as far as to say that Resident Evil 4 is no longer a horror game seems grossly unfair. If this game had completely failed at horror, it would not be one of the most acclaimed games ever made. What risks being forgotten is that the very things that once made RE4's horror so effective, its changing of established rules, its intensity, its fresh set of challenges, are now just part of an industry standard that does the exact opposite, rendering them familiar and less scary to a modern player base with years of experience of fighting using third-person controls, but who look at tank controls as a relic of a bygone age, as mysterious as they are unwieldy. And so, Resident Evil 4 did change horror, but what was the alternative? By the end of the PS2, survival horror was not matching its past success. I mean, just look at Resident Evil Remake, a game which heavily shaped the RE4 the world ended up with. You could argue the horror genre was as changed by a great game doing well as it was by a different great game being ignored. Still, other series showed similar problems and
They had sharks in that, in that Resident Evil
similar
game?
trajectories. Even the greatest horror
got
series were
sharks?
struggling to live up to their
Deep Blue
predecessors'
Sea?
acclaim. Silent Hill, Fatal Frame, Clock Tower all show this trend. Meanwhile, the general pattern towards action increasing and horror decreasing can be seen even clearer. Dino Crisis, Galarians, D2, Onimusha, Alone in the Dark all show this,
Casual
and other games soon
MJ,
to come
here's
would
7
provide
months.
many more examples. Even Silent Hill, one of the series that seemed most immune to the need to constantly exaggerate and increase action, was still doing this. Silent Hill 3 added a parrying system, which did increase the complexity of the series' quite shallow combat, but parrying is clearly an empowering mechanic, not a disempowering one. To go alongside this, Silent Hill 3 basically doubled the number of enemies you face to maintain its desired sense of hostility, but how long can a series keep doing that? Silent Hill 4 upped the hostility once more, and became a much more controversial title because of it. And so Resident Evil 4 wasn't an isolated example, and in many ways was as much part of a trend as the cause of it. And if you need more proof, just look at some of the other horror games released that year. Cold Fear released just 2 months after RE4 and was likely overshadowed by RE4 because of this, but there's plenty about the two games which are very similar, like the offset over-the-shoulder aiming, although Cold Fear does use several fixed camera perspectives when not aiming. Still, this is again a more action-focused take on the genre, which stood out for its impressive ship physics and weather effects that created sway the player needs to compensate for when aiming, and knocks you around when on deck. Fear, or First Encounter Assault Recon, also released in 2005 to provide one of horror's most memorable first-person shooters, and some of gaming's most competent enemy AI. Fear included fast, tactical gunfights that had little in common with the slow survival horror of the previous decade, alongside prolonged stretches of quiet used to build atmosphere and a
Okay,
sense
you guys
of
like
dread.
Fear.
Fear took heavy influence from Japanese horror films, and its antagonist, the young psychic Alma, is a persistent presence haunting the player between every exhilarating firefight. Surprisingly, Fear wasn't Monolith's only horror hit that year, as they also released the Xbox 360 launch title, Condemned: Criminal Origins. In contrast to Fear's clinical shooting, Condemned featured a melee-heavy combat system that emphasized visceral brutality, with improvised weapons that created desperate struggles for survival. Its story cast players as an FBI agent investigating a serial killer and experiencing what I think is colloquially known as a bad day at the office. Condemned impressed reviewers with its next-gen presentation and once more proved the viability of action in horror. These 3 games all released close enough to Resident Evil 4 that they were unlikely to be heavily influenced by it, but in time the impact of RE4 can be seen, particularly in the struggles of certain other series. Silent Hill's next entry was Origins, which released in 2007 on the PlayStation Portable and later on the PS2. Unlike each of the previous games, Origins was not developed by Team Silent, with Konami deciding to disband the veteran horror studio in favor of using various Western developers, each notably inexperienced with horror. Origins shows this
Hey,
inexperience,
everybody working here?
as while much of the gameplay and setting were retained, there was a clear lack of confidence in just how closely Origins stuck to its inspirations. It begins with a similar near-car crash outside the town that functions as its inciting incident. Its enemies included the same faceless nurses from Silent Hill 2 and a Pyramid Head clone in The Butcher.
Triangle Head.
And its story acted as a prequel to the first game and retrod mostly familiar ground.
That's half triangle.
Gameplay was where Origins was
Yeah,
most
this
different,
guy is
as it
trucker
introduced
as
a greater
hell.
combat focused with breakable weapons, grappling and counter moves, and even QuickTime events during key moments. But overall, the
How
game
you
was
like
still
this
largely
right
seen
hook?
as disappointing. In 2008, the disappointments continued with Homecoming, the first next-gen Silent Hill and the first ever game from its developer Double Helix.
Okay, I also thought there were like 2 Silent Hill games. I did not realize there were this many.
Homecoming introduced an ever greater focus on combat,
Whoa!
following a more action game control
Hold on a
scheme with
second.
light and heavy attacks, dodging and countering, and a lock-on
Hello.
system. This came at the cost of less focus on puzzles, exploration, and resource management. It was also seen as having a much more Western style of horror focused on
I don't remember them titties in Silent Hill 2 remake. I don't remember those titties.
violence and gore more than
like that.
atmosphere, and for copying visual and audio elements from the poorly received Silent Hill movie rather than the original games. Still, its most controversial feature was its reuse of Pyramid Head, a character that had no narrative reason to exist outside Silent Hill 2, and which drew criticism from fans before the game was even released. In fact, Homecoming was so much of a Western-centric departure for the series that Konami didn't even release the game in its home market of Japan.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Despite this, it did not impress Western audiences, who saw its focus on action at the cost of all else as a betrayal of the series. Other series also had trouble adapting to the action-heavy times. Alone in the Dark would receive its second reboot in 2008, which featured a range of ambitious ideas, including an immersive inventory system, physics-based puzzles, and open-world sections, yet struggled with the implementation of these ideas and was heavily panned by critics. Siren also saw a third title that same year in Blood Curse, which retained its stealth-heavy sight-jacking gameplay alongside more modern
classic.
third-person controls, and yet became the final entry in the series. And Fatal Frame received its fourth entry, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, which took advantage of the Wii's controller for its iconic camera combat, yet only released in Japan after the planned Western localization was cancelled by Nintendo, presumably due to sales concerns. Meanwhile, the Wii's explosive success led to a renewed interest in rail shooters, which seemed a natural fit for motion controls. This led to a range of games, including multiple Resident Evils, more House of the Dead, and even a Silent Hill attempt in Silent Hill the Arcade. Yet this resurgence left little lasting impact on the genre, with even the best games failing to resonate with traditional horror audiences. Instead, the horror games which found most success at this time seemed to be those which were not shackled by past traditions and which could embrace action more completely, like 2007's BioShock, which was a spiritual successor to the System Shock series. Set in the underwater city of Rapture, where libertarian dreams had turned to nightmares, BioShock was a return to System Shock 2's genre mixing with FPS combat, RPG-like upgrades, and horror atmosphere. Despite this, its design was heavily influenced by Resident Evil 4, with the developers inspired by RE4's use of environment.
Yeah, I think I'm having a very stupid moment where I didn't realize the remakes that I've played are of games that were this old. Like, I'm surprised to see BioShock came out in 2007, that Dead Space came out in 2007. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should... I guess when I played those games, it did say remake. I don't know.
To create tactical choices in combat, and its emphasis on action without overly empowering the player. In fact, there was a time when RE4 could have been an even greater influence, with
Yeah,
Bioshock
20
originally
2007,
featuring
big
an
year.
RE-inspired inventory system and debate over whether to break from the first-person point of view in important story scenes
Big year for-
due to RE4's successful use of
For
cutscenes.
games.
Ultimately, Bioshock was a huge success due to the strength of its narrative, presentation, and setting, but its action gameplay surely helped bring horror to mainstream audiences in a console generation dominated by first and third-person shooters. And speaking of dominant shooters, Valve's Left 4 Dead would provide another action-heavy horror experience that found plenty of mainstream success. Left 4 Dead was a product of the early 2000s zombie mania started by Resident Evil 1, but by 2008, zombies were arguably starting to feel overused. It's fortunate then that Left 4 Dead largely ignored the familiarity-killing horror problem by using its undead for exhilarating FPS co-op action instead of unsettling dread. And Left 4 Dead, and its even more successful sequel, were one of the 7th Gen's defining co-op experiences, predicting the future trend of co-op horror and showing that for many people, horror games didn't always need to be scary to be fun.
Oh, Left 4 Dead would be a co-op game? Okay, good to know. Yeah, this really is like the 1999 for movies. BioShock, Call of Duty 4, Mario Galaxy, Assassin's Creed, Crysis, Uncharted, Fort Drake? Portal! Portal came out in 2007? Mass Effect, The Witcher, God of War, Halo 3. Man, what a huge year. Lego Star Wars, Spider-Man 3, Tomb Raider, Anniversary, Pro Street, Manhunt 2, Silent Hill Origins, Half-Life 2, Zelda Phantom Hourglass. God dang. Left 4 Dead is a 4-player co-op. Okay, Left 4 Dead. Yeah. Because I need my next co-op game with Sam, because I'm not sure if I'm doing Little Nightmares with Will. I think we did talk about doing it together first. Because otherwise I would do it with Sam, but we need another. Yeah. It's a quicker co-op game. I'm sure she hasn't played it.
Yet, there were games which combined action gameplay and fear success.
If you want to play with 4 to 8 friends, you can play Versus in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, where half the team plays as the survivors and the other half can play as the zombies. It's so fun. Oh, that sounds fun. Okay, good to know.
Successfully, like 2008's
Let me
other
text
big
Will, see
horror
if he's
title.
played Left 4 Dead.
Dead Space began development as a different game, taking its influence from System Shock and being envisioned as the third entry in the series. But the success of RE4 changed this, with Resident Evil in Space becoming a leading design principle and causing a shift from first person to third, as well as turning Dead Space into its own new IP. The result was one of horror's greatest sci-fi titles. Severing limbs to take down enemy necromorphs provided a varied and intense gameplay challenge. The diegetic HUD and minimal UI benefited immersion, with menus even retaining tension by needing to be navigated in real time, and its atmospheric, abandoned spaceship setting and stellar presentation retained the ability to make players scared of what's lurking in the darkness and terrified when they actually found out. Just like Resident Evil 4 3 years earlier, Dead Space proved the effectiveness of action horror. But the true onus lay with the series which led to this trend.
Oh, I remember that part.
Resident Evil 5 released in early 2009
Oh!
and saw Capcom once more wrestling
Just
with the
played
challenge
this.
of making an effective horror sequel. Their solution in retrospect seems predictable. Resident Evil 4 found record success by adding a focus on action, so Capcom increased the action. More enemies for the players to take on at a time, more quick-time event-filled cinematic set pieces, bigger and crazier boss fights, turret sequences, slow-motion backflips.
I'm still laughing over the fact that Sam and I could not figure out how to kill those fucking bugs that come out of the cocoon. We were using like bazookas, bringing out all the firepower.
Boulder punching, and to top it all off,
Oh,
the
God.
key ingredient to any horror sequel. Something new to stop the
When we
experience
couldn't
feeling
figure out
overly
the
familiar,
boulder.
which this time turned out to be co-op.
When I thought Sam, like, I was very frustrated during that scene, but Sam was so frustrated. I almost thought, I felt like she would have rage quit if we weren't playing it together. The whole, like, I had climbing the cliff, her and the boulder.
The problem with this in retrospect should be obvious. None of it is effective horror. Co-op has an important place in gaming, but adding a partner leads to an inherently less scary experience for the exact same reason why watching a horror film is less scary with a friend by your side. The over-the-top action created a feeling of empowerment, not disempowerment, and the new checkpoint system, where items you pick up persist even through death, lowered the tension by removing any loss of progress. Resident Evil 4 walked a fine line between two different and not always conducive genres, but Resident Evil 5 increased the action side at the cost of the horror side, and in doing so, changed the identity of the series. It also lacked RE4's originality. By 2009, everyone was starting to combine action and horror. Yet, despite this neglect of what made Resident Evil, and notably lower review scores, RE5 still became the best-selling game in the series. This was the console generation of first and third-person shooter domination, and multiplayer widened the game's appeal, allowing RE5 to join the likes of Gears of War and Halo as solid action co-op experiences. But where does it leave a genre when the most iconic horror series of all is finding record success by turning away from horror? The years that followed provided the answer. Silent Hill would soon receive another entry, this time in series reimagining Shattered Memories from the same developer as Origins.
This guy does not
Yet
like
where
RE5.
Origins felt overly safe, Shattered Memories instead
Yeah,
had
because he probably mauled it on the fucking boulder scene.
the opposite problem, in that it changed too much, including removing combat and much of the gameplay entirely, in favor of atmospheric exploration and chase sequences. Shattered Memory did feature some ambitious story elements that incorporated player reactivity, but is still widely seen as a weak Silent Hill title. Meanwhile, EA would follow up Dead Space with a higher budget sequel in 2011, which followed the age-old tradition of exaggeration. Dead Space 2 tried to increase the intensity with a faster pace, more cinematic sequences, and improvements to gameplay. This came at the cost of some of the first game's atmosphere and feeling of isolation, but in many ways, Dead Space 2 was successful, with just as strong reviews as its predecessor. For EA, however, it failed to meet sales expectations, despite the increased budget, leaving the future of the series somewhat uncertain. Fear would also experience problems, as after its second entry in 2009 failed to reach the same highs as the original, the third entry would seemingly follow in the footsteps of Resident Evil by increasing the focus on action and adding co-op, including going as far as to create a score system where players could compete against each other by completing challenges during gameplay. The end result was seen by many as disappointing, with design elements that were contrary to the goals of horror. In an interview years later, it was confirmed that the decision to add co-op was something mandated by publisher Warner mid-development. Developer Day One reportedly pushed back on this by saying that co-op isn't scary, but Warner apparently didn't care because co-op was a popular buzzword at the time. In 2012, Silent Hill would continue its unsuccessful streak with Downpour, which was intended to be a return to the series' survival horror roots, but suffered from weak execution, with technical issues and clunky combat receiving particular criticism. Still, it was Resident Evil itself that best represented horror's hopes and fears in this period, and it too would make a return to its survival horror route in Revelations, which released for the 3DS before coming to other systems a year later. Revelations was positively received, but was very much—
You have to see this ad for Dead Space 2. It's the most mind-boggling campaign ever.
Oh my god! Oh gosh! I think it'll make a person become insane.
This game is an atrocity.
It's revolting. It's
Oh my god, they got the Midwestern wine moms?
violent. It's everything you love in a game.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Why would they even make something like this?
Wait, that is so... YourMomHatesThis.com. They got the Debbies. They got the Debbies. Actual focus group, not actors.
Oh my God. Oh gosh. I think it'll make a person become insane.
This game is an atrocity.
It's revolting.
No, not the Debbies and the Susans. Wait, honestly, that's kind of genius. That's really, really funny. They had older moms watching, and were they playing it or they're just watching it? Oh, this is satanic. This is an atrocity.
It's violent. It's everything you love in a game.
An atrocity.
Your mom's gonna hate it.
Why would they
Oh,
even
the
make
website's
something
down.
like this?
Oh man, YourMomHatesThis.com. What a bummer. Would have loved to see it. Yeah, maybe it's been archived. Gaming ads, I have come to understand, were wild. Back in the day, why aren't they doing crazy ass
Just
gaming
spin-off
ads
title
anymore?
designed around the strengths and limitations of a handheld device.
Okay, we're gonna
So
finish
for
this
Resident
section,
Evil,
and then I'll do
the real
some gaming.
test would be its next mainline entry, which arrived in late
It's a
2012
big woke.
and failed.
It's always big woke.
Resident Evil 6 was the worst reviewed game in the main series. Its sales were below Capcom's expectations, and it left the horror genre in crisis. 7 years earlier, action had seemed like the future, but even by Resident Evil 5, pushback against the loss of survival horror was obvious. Despite this, however, Resident Evil was more commercially successful than ever, having brought in action fans with 4 and then co-op fans in 5. So, in response to this divided fanbase, Resident Evil 6 tried to do everything and appeal to everyone. To do this, it featured 4 separate campaigns, each with a distinct style. Chris's campaign...
Okay, so this is the co-op that people were like, you should do this. And then other people were like, but it's not good. It's archived. Oh, shit. If you see this page, the Endgames web server is successfully installed and working from us. What? What this? Click. Pick an earlier date. Joanne Fabrics coupon. Wait, click the black lines on the top of the page. Black line. Oh, here? Oh, a date closer to 2000. Okay, wait. 2011. Okay, I think I got to go back even more. Your mom hates Dead Space 2. Maybe the big spike in... Okay. Wait, is this what the website actually looked like? Oh, wait. Hold on. I need that. Oh, you need that Joanne Fabrics coupon. Oh, okay. Yeah, a video will be playing, but I think maybe because it's archived, it won't. Sad.
was a buddy military shooter. Leon's was a slower and more traditional horror experience. Jake's was a more
Lost media.
cinematic and set-piece heavy action-adventure story.
Argo Chris, thank you for the
Ada's
24 months.
featured a greater focus on stealth and puzzles.
Dude, I can't shake
The
the
end
Jennifer
result
Coolidge.
was ambitious, but also disjointed and bloated. Leon's campaign was the most praised, but rather than satisfying fans of horror, as was its intent, it instead only served to highlight how lacking in horror most of the rest of the series had become by this point.
That's why we gotta be little rats and just save everything.
And that was the game's most prevalent criticism. that Resident Evil 6 no longer felt like a horror game. Action was once novel, but novelty wears off, leaving an experience both failing to be scary because it was now familiar, and because horror was being sacrificed for action. And just 4 months
This
after
city's
this,
going to
the
hell in
other
a
leading action
handbasket.
horror series would also fail. Dead Space 3 was almost cancelled following the second game's underperforming sales. Instead, EA followed the same approach Warner did with Fear and forced the developer to include certain features, including co-op and microtransactions, in an attempt to broaden the game's appeal and increase revenue. Alas, this did not work. Dead Space 3 disappointed critics, disappointed fans, and sold less than the previous entries,
Sad.
which would ultimately seal the fate of the series and its developer,
Jover.
Visceral Games. Dead Space 3 was still a competent action game, but its co-op would once more feel at odds with the objectives of horror, and its even greater focus on action and set pieces would once more disappoint horror fans. The genre's problems were also compounded in this period due to a complete lack of new titles. Some rare exceptions include Alan Wake in 2009, which channeled Twin Peaks and Stephen King to create an engaging narrative, yet was another game more focused on action, with developer Remedy describing the game as a
that's
psychological
so
thriller
crazy
rather
that Dead Space 3 killed the series, also the
than horror.
developer.
Deadly Premonition in 2010, which somehow channeled Twin Peaks even harder, but is remembered more for its irreverent tone and oddball humor than its horror. And Ubisoft's Zombie U in 2012, which included a permadeath system where player characters become zombies on death and are replaced by a new survivor, as well as survival horror staples like inventory management and exploration. Yet, Zombie U's success was likely limited by the Wii U's small user base, leading to its sequel being cancelled. Most new horror titles, however, were simply critically panned and instantly forgotten.
Wait, they
with
made
the
a
genre
Grudge? They made a Grudge video
laying
game?
claim to several of the lowest Metacritic scores of the generation.
Ooh.
And
Wait, they made a
so,
Saw and a Grudge video
with
game?
no new blood coming through, and
Ooh,
almost
bad.
every existing
Ooh.
horror series struggling, the genre seemed to be in crisis. And yet, for fans of horror, there was still reason to hope, as 2014 promised to be the year survival horror made its comeback, with not one, but 3 big new titles. The first was Alien Isolation, which after decades of official and unofficial Alien games, was the first horror-focused take on the franchise in years. Isolation took full advantage of the next-gen hardware to recreate the retro sci-fi
Wait, anyone who watched Sam play this, did she like it? I can't remember if I asked her. I think she had said to me, like, no, here's what she said. I remember she said, it's not as scary as everyone said it was. I was like, really? I thought it was pretty scary when I played it.
of the original film with painstaking accuracy. Its first-person perspective emphasized atmosphere and immersion,
You would not
and its
guess that
gameplay
from her
marked a
gameplay.
return to disempowerment, with stealth vastly more useful than combat, and the player needing to run, hide, and use a variety of scavenged tools to have any hope
It is
of survival.
long.
Isolation is best known for its iconic alien, who hunted the player relentlessly,
It's scary,
patrolling
though.
environments and tracking them via sound to unexpectedly pop out of vents or ceiling ducts, ensuring nowhere felt safe. The alien could be slowed but never killed, ensuring the player always felt like prey, and was governed via a groundbreaking AI system that led to varied, unscripted encounters designed to be different each attempt to prevent familiarity. It could
You know what that game did? I hate stealth, as you know. I like to just throw myself in there, guns blazing. This game forces you to do stealth because you can't kill the alien.
even learn from the player, with more complicated behaviors unlocking over the course of the game and adapting to players' actions,
I love to
helping
just
the alien to
get
not
right
fall
in
for
there.
the same tricks too many times. And so, Alien Isolation was a triumph of horror game design and was praised by many as the scariest game in years. And yet, somehow, that wasn't enough. Reviews were more mixed than expected, including a now infamous 5.9 from IGN, with criticism mostly centered on its long length, repetition, and difficulty. Its sales would also fall below Sega's expectations, which raised the question of if a horror game of this quality wasn't enough to be successful, then what is?
Is there a Joe Russo equivalent in video games who's like, make video games shorter again?
One possible answer would be a new title directed by horror's most famous game designer. Shinji Mikami was responsible for the two most influential, and to some, the two greatest horror games ever made. But after Resident Evil 4, Mikami left Capcom to ultimately found his own studio, Tango Gameworks,
Jonathan Blow,
whose first game released the very same month as Alien Isolation, and saw Mikami return to the role of director.
Wait!
The Evil Within seemed to be exactly what...
Wait! I think this is the game that I was talking about. Okay. Anyone in Will's community who's watched him game, has he played this before on stream? Because remember I referenced a game like years ago when maybe, I don't even know if he was streaming it though. It was so scary. This was before I started, maybe I'm just gonna, well, he's kind of dealing with some airport shit right now. The last thing he probably wants is me being like, have you played this game? There was a game that he was playing. I don't remember if he was streaming it or not. And he was like, just play a couple seconds of this game. And this was before I had started playing games. And it was so scary. And I just remember there being this big guy and he had a weapon and we were in a house. It was not Resident Evil. I think it might have been this. I've been asking to play this literally for years.
Survival horror fans had spent years longing for. With Mikami even saying his motivation for returning to horror was that everything had become focused on action now, and that he wanted to bring back true survival horror. With The Evil Within, he had complete creative freedom to do this, and the result was in many ways faithful to survival horror of old.
He hasn't played this on stream. It's possible he was just playing this though. It's possible he was just playing this and was like, ooh, you should play a little. I think I played for like 5 minutes. I was like, this is so scary.
The Evil Within saw a return to resource management, manual saving via safe rooms, exploration, puzzles, and a slower pace than other action horror games of the time. Its camera would copy the more modern over-the-shoulder approach popularized by RE4, but still stuck close to the player to limit their view, with movement heavily slowed when aiming. And yet, in other ways...
I just remember it was a scene where it was really dark and I had to hide under the bed and this thing was like hunting for me and then it just split my skull.
The Evil Within felt decidedly modern, with plenty of slow-walking segments or scripted set pieces very representative of AAA gaming in 2014. Ultimately, The Evil Within was seen as a solid attempt at modernizing classic survival horror that risked being too old school for some and too contemporary for others. Its reception was positive, but it wasn't the horror savior to kickstart the genre that some had hoped for.
Is it this? Yeah, I think this is it. But I remember it being in like a house. I don't know. I remember having to hide under bed. No, maybe this was it. There are houses in the game. Yeah, maybe that was it. Huh. It was scary. It was really scary.
Which leaves 2014's final prospect. PT came out of nowhere, releasing as a free demo on the PlayStation Network one day in August, in what might be one of the greatest pieces of gaming marketing there's ever been. The demo itself was simple. One hallway repeating seemingly endlessly, with the only gameplay being walking and looking. As the player progressed, this hallway changed. Lights dimmed, doorways opened or closed, reality unraveled, and it became apparent that you are not in here alone.
Wait, this was the Kojima drama, right? I think Will explain this to me. This led to him like breaking away. Wait. This was the canceled Silent Hill project. And then he broke off from... Okay.
Strange spell. There was another family.
PT was a masterclass in atmosphere and suspense. The first-person view and photorealism immersed players. The short length kept its scares fresh and effective, and the mystery surrounding the demo and the mysteries contained within it created a viral marketing sensation as players raced to figure out what PT actually was.
I'm going to play this in October. Nandre sent it to me, but he's going to help me like set it up.
The answer didn't take long to arrive. I mean, the internet has seen far more cryptic ARGs than this, and PT wasn't meant to be unsolvable. It simply wanted to tease. After fulfilling a range of cryptic criteria, PT, or playable teaser, ends with the player finally escaping their purgatory and stepping out into the town as the camera pulled back to show actor Norman Reedus and the planned game's real title, Silent Hills.
Oh, wait, should I not be watching? I was kind of tuning out a little bit.
It's headed.
Okay, should I pause? I paused right there. I mean, I already knew Norman Reedus is in this. Like, I already... This is quite a pause. You still have the experience. Yeah, I already knew about... Okay.
Academy Award-winning director Guillermo del Toro was co-directing.
Yes, like I already know about this too.
Celebrated horror mangaka Junji Ito was in talks to provide monster designs. Silent Hills seemingly had everything needed to be the biggest thing to happen to horror since RE4. A proven effectiveness in scaring players, as shown in PT, the budget and experience of a gaming powerhouse in Kojima and Konami, star power to pull in audiences from other mediums thanks to Reedus, Del Toro,
yeah, and they were all in
Ito,
Death Stranding,
and more hype than a horror game could dream of thanks to its demo, and this was all before the marketing even officially began. The fact that this came at a time when many begrudged the loss of horror in horror games, and that many found PT to be genuinely terrifying.
This is also like still peak Walking Dead.
Made this game seem like some destined savior of the genre. The perfect game sent at the perfect time to make all wrongs finally right. And then 8 months later, it was cancelled. Konami and Kojima clashed during the completion of Metal Gear Solid 5, with Silent Hills becoming a notable casualty. And so it was that horror's savior died, and with barely a whimper, dooming the genre forevermore. Except that's not what happened at all. In fact, by 2015...
All right, I think that's a good place to... stop it. We have like 50 minutes left, so we'll finish it another day. And then let's get into some... Let's get into some Silent Hill F. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All right. I don't know why I'm doing this. Silent Hill F. Is this a I can't remember. Is this a keyboard or controller? It's controller. Okay. Let me open it up. Permission at the bong? Yes. Permission. I need. I swear. Where is my USB-C? Okay, this one's fucked, so I can't use that. Okay, wait. Let me go check somewhere else.